So this is high voltage drama in Lucknow while the Congress delegation is attempting to visit the Sambhal district where riots broke out on 24th of November. The UP police stopping the Congress delegation from visiting the Sambhal district. Anti-BJP slogans being raised at this location where the Congress is pushing for the visit to Sambhal district. It's Ajay Rai who's sitting on a dharna outside the Congress office in Lucknow. So the UP Congress chief, who remains adamant, he says that the Congress will visit Sambhal district irrespective of the prohibitory orders that remain in place. So while the UP police had issued notice to the Congress state president Ajay Rai asking the Congress not to assemble near violence-hit Sambhal, the Congress remains firm in its demand that it should be allowed to visit the district. In the notice that was given to Ajay Rai, he was informed that keeping in mind the peace and communal sensitivity in Sambhal district, the Congress UP chief must cooperate in public interest and postpone his proposed program so that the order passed by the DM of Sambhal, Section 163 of the BNS is not violated. So while gathering of 5 or more people is prohibited in the Sambhal district until the 10th of December, UP chief who's sitting on a dharna outside the Congress office in Lucknow pushing for the visit to Sambhal district. So heavy barricading there outside the Congress office in Lucknow. There is also, we understand there was a scuffle, an altercation between the Congress workers and the police a short while ago as the latter attempted to stop the Congress workers from proceeding ahead. Let's go across to Ajay Dubey. He's joining us live from Lucknow. Ajay Dubey, if you can take us through all that's happening at present outside the Congress office. From what we understand, there was also an altercation between the UP police and the Congress leaders a short while ago. Alright, we seem to have lost that connection, but as you see, these are scenes from outside the Congress office. Ajay Rai, who's sitting on a dharna outside the Congress office in Lucknow. This despite a notice that was sent earlier to the Congress chief that no political party is allowed to visit Sambhal in wake of the volatile situation.
अरे फोर्स खड़ी है तो वहीं से आगे जहाँ तक जाने देंगे चलेंगे, और उसके बाद आगे जब प्रतिबंध हटेगा तब जाएंगे जरूर, कहेंगे कि चोट पर जाएंगे।
वहाँ पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी कह रही है कि ये सब जो है पूरा प्रोपेगेंडा है कांग्रेस और समाजवादी पार्टी का, तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति का मुख्यमंत्री कह रहे हैं।
ये हम सब कांग्रेस के न्यूट्रल ये दबा के इसको हाँ दबाइए, खाली ये दबाइए ऊपर
हो गया
धारा बताई जा रही है कि अशांति फैलेगी, आप लोग जाके क्या करेंगे?
वहाँ शांति स्थापित करने के लिए
दब नहीं रहा है,
शांति स्थापित।
All right, Ajay Dubey is live with us. Ajay, tell us all that's happening right now outside the Congress office, where the party is pushing for the visit to Sambhal.
Just in front of Congress office we are standing right now, and there is a heavy deployment of police. We'll be showing you a few visuals here. We can see there, just in front of Mall Avenue, there is a heavy deployment of police, and in front of Congress office we'll be showing you visuals where Ajay Rai is sitting and he's opposing the decision taken by the government regarding so that he cannot go to Sambhal. So this is what is happening right now here. Ajay Rai is sitting, and with Ajay Rai there are various Congress leaders sitting and chanting slogans against government. So this is what is happening right now here in front of Congress office. We can see there is a larger gathering of Congress workers also. Initially they police backwards so that they can go to Sambhal, they can come outside of Congress office. Police was trying to let them stay inside the Congress campus only, but later on with movement we have seen visuals where Congress workers they came out, and then right in front of us Ajay Rai is sitting and with the Ajay Rai various workers of Congress including ex-MPs, ex-MLAs, they are also sitting over there, and they are trying to here communicate with the police also. See, we can see in visuals police is having communication with Ajay Rai so that he can not go to Sambhal, but Ajay Rai made it very clear that till the time they will stop him, he's sitting here, but when he will get a chance, he will leave for Sambhal. So this is what is happening right now just in front of the Congress office.
Right, stay with us, Ajay. Let's once again tell our viewers there is a huge security presence outside the Congress office, as is evident in these visuals. Live scenes from outside the Congress office in Lucknow, where the security personnel are blocking the way of the Congress in wake of the prohibitory orders in Sambhal district, while Congress maintains that they will visit Sambhal irrespective of the prohibitory orders in place. The UP police that has put barricades to block the Congress workers from visiting the district due to the volatile situation in the district. So while the Judicial Commission, 3-member Judicial Commission has been constituted by the UP Police, which even visited the Sambhal district yesterday to get more evidence against the writers involved in November 24th clashes, the Congress has been pushing for a visit to the district. Ajay continues to be with us. Ajay, if you can tell us more about why exactly is Congress pushing for that visit? Because prohibitory orders are in place which refrain more than 5 people from entering the district in view of the volatile situation.
See, here we can show you in visuals there is an aggressive aggression from the Congress workers, and again Ajay Rai is trying to get inside the Congress office, and workers they are also standing in front of him, and police is trying to not let him go outside of Congress office. So see, here he is going back again inside the Congress campus, and workers are with him, and apart from workers we can see in visuals there is a heavy police deployment in front of the Congress office. So again back in Congress office here, see in visuals Ajay Rai is going back in the Congress office. The workers are standing right in front of the gate, and Ajay Rai, who was sitting just in front of the gate, is now going back.
All right, we will try and connect with Ajay again, but as you see, this is heavy barricading that is in place in Lucknow, with the Congress pushing for the visit to Sambhal district. The UP police has increased the barricading to block the Congress leaders from visiting the Sambhal district, where clashes broke out on the 24th. Prohibitory orders that have been clamped until 10th of December, according to which more than 5 people are not allowed to assemble in the riot-hit district. So these are scenes from outside the Congress office, where the party is chanting anti-BJP slogans, while there are also incidents of altercation between the police and the Congress.
नहीं, अभी वहाँ पर इन पुलिस अधिकारियों ने कहा है, जो इनके डीसीपी हैं और इनके अधिकारियों ने, कि 10 तक प्रतिबंध है। 10 के बाद मैंने कहा कि जब प्रतिबंध हटेगा तो कांग्रेस का डेलीगेशन जाएगा। इन्होंने कहा है कि हम 10 के पहले आपको अवगत करा देंगे, अवगत कराएंगे, हम जाएंगे।
अभी आपका क्या इरादा है, कब जाएंगे आप?
मैंने कहा है कि 10 के पहले वो अवगत कराएंगे हमको, हम निश्चित तौर से जाएंगे। जिस दिन हटेगा प्रतिबंध, उस समय कांग्रेस का डेलीगेशन वहाँ जाएगा। नहीं, अभी वहाँ पर पुलिस अधिकारियों ने कहा है कि हम 10 के पहले अवगत कराएंगे कि कब प्रतिबंध हटा रहे हैं। जब प्रतिबंध हटेगा कांग्रेस का डेलीगेशन संभल जाएगा। ये तो आज इन्होंने ये हमको वादा किया है कि 10 के पहले आपको बताएंगे, और जब प्रतिबंध 10 तारीख को ये हटाएंगे, 11 को हम लोग जाएंगे।
आइए, बस हो गया।
All right, so we are keeping a close track of all that's happening in Lucknow and Sambhal district as well. While the Judicial Commission, 3-member Judicial Commission that is headed by a retired High Court judge, is probing the riots that broke out on the 24th of November. These are scenes from Lucknow where the Congress is attempting to visit the Sambhal district. And this even as the prohibitory orders, like we told you, remain clamped until the 10th of December. So this visit of the Congress comes days after the Samajwadi Party also attempted to visit the riot-hit district. So clearly the opposition defiant despite the prohibitory orders in place in the district. And for now, we head into a very short break. When we come back, we will get you more on what's happening in Sambhal and Lucknow, where it's all-out showdown between the Congress workers attempting to enter the Sambhal district and the police person.
सॉरी डॉक्टर। मनी, सफीना, शादी कैसी चल रही है?
मैं बताएगी। आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग। इतना पहाड़ों के साथ गुलू गुलू करेगा तो धोप तुएंगी ना इसको।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर, मैं उड़ना चाहता हूँ, दौड़ना चाहता हूँ, बस इस घर में रुकना नहीं चाहता।
बट क्यों?
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया। I don't feel safe.
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना, बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Welcome back. We now put out those strong words coming in from the Navy Chief Admiral, who's spoken on nexus between China and Pakistan. He's highlighted China's significant role in bolstering China's naval capabilities, including construction of warships and submarines. He's even noted the strategic implications of Pakistan's 8 new submarines and its ambition to become a 50-ship navy. So, the Indian Navy Chief exposing China-Pak nexus in military arsenal. He says the Navy Chief Admiral who said that Pakistan Navy has been built with support from China With this, India once again exposing Pakistan-China nexus in military arsenal. We'll just put out that detailed statement that's come in from Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi, who says, and I quote, many Pakistan Navy warships and submarines are being built with Chinese support, showing that China is interested in making Pakistan's Navy stronger. Their 8 new submarines will have significant combat potential for Pakistan's Navy, but we are fully aware of their capabilities. That is why we are tweaking our concepts to be able to tackle all threats from our neighbors. And for now, we take a look at other stories that we are tracking in brief in this segment. The Indian Meteorological Department has issued a red alert for 4 districts in Kerala as heavy rains are expected in Malappuram, Kozhikode, Wayanad and Kannur later in the day. Kerala Revenue Minister has stated that the situation is being closely monitored by the State Disaster Management Authority with continuous communication between officials across all districts. As a session of the Parliament resumed, Congress MP K. Suresh informed that a meeting of Indie bloc leaders was held in presence of Leader of Opposition Mallikarjun Kharge in the Rajya Sabha. However, the Trinamool Congress skipped the all-party meet that was chaired by Kharge today. AAP Supremo Arvind Kejriwal reiterated that his party will not enter into any political alliance for the upcoming Delhi Assembly elections. Responding to a query at a press conference, the former Chief Minister made it clear that the Aam Aadmi Party is firm in its stand against any alliance in the national capital.
साइंस का भी मॉडल यही है। ये लोग दिल्ली में दोस्ती का ड्रामा करते हैं और प्रदेशों में एक दूसरे के साथ कुश्ती करते हैं। केरल में लेफ्ट और कांग्रेस झगड़ा करते हैं, दिल्ली में आके दोस्ती का ड्रामा करते हैं। अब यहाँ पर बोल रहे हैं कि हम एक दूसरे के खिलाफ विधानसभा लड़ेंगे और पार्लियामेंट में इंडिया अलायंस करके हाथ पकड़ेंगे। पंजाब में पहले से ही तलाक था, वहाँ पे तो निकाह हुआ ही नहीं था इनका।
An encounter took place at the refinery police station with 3 robbers, all of whom were injured in Mathura, Uttar Pradesh. The robbers, residents of Agra, had broken into a battery merchant shop, stealing illegal pistols, cartridges, batteries and 9,000 rupees. The stolen auto used in the crime was also recovered. All 3 robbers have multiple criminal cases against them. Delhi police has arrested 5 individuals, including 3 Nepalese nationals, and recovered 15 kilograms of drugs worth approximately 3 crore in the international market. The arrests followed a tip-off about a Nepalese man supplying narcotics to a local trafficker in Majnu Ka Tila area in the national capital. In anticipation of a march to Delhi by a farmers' organization, the Delhi police and RAF have been deployed at the Delhi-UP-Chila border. DCP East Delhi Apurva Gupta stated that the farmers' protest has not been permitted during the ongoing parliament session and that the police is coordinating with the Noida authorities to maintain law and order and prevent any traffic disruptions. Now, with the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat once again reigniting the population debate, it's the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi who has trained guns at the RSS chief, saying that Mohan Bhagwat is doing politics over population. First up, listen in to the reaction coming in from the AIMIM chief, who's hit out at the RSS chief, saying that the latter is doing politics over population.
तो हम मोहन भगवत जी से पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि बच्चे पैदा करने के लिए वो क्या लोगों को देंगे, क्या कुछ देंगे? अकाउंट में डालेंगे 1500 रुपए, जो बच्चे ज्यादा पैदा करेगा उसको 1500 बढ़ के मिलेंगे? नहीं, औलाद पैदा करो स्कीम निकालेंगे क्या? ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। TFR रेट हर कम्युनिटी का गिरा है। सबसे ज्यादा TFR रेट गिरा है रिलीजन वाइज मुसलमानों का, मगर अभी भी हिंदू समुदाय का TFR रेट वो मुसलमानों फर्क है। अब मगर ये जो स्टेटमेंट आज बोल रहे हैं कि आप जो बोल रहे हैं अगर वो सच है और आप सच ही बोलेंगे कि बच्चे पैदा करो, तो मोहन भागवत जी को बोलना चाहिए कि जैसा यहाँ पर लाडली बहना का स्कीम में कितना 1500 रुपए दे रहे ना, तो आप एक स्कीम निकाल लो कि जो इतने बच्चे पैदा करेंगे उसके अकाउंट में हम लोग 2000 डालेंगे, कितना डालेंगे, क्या डालेंगे वो डिसाइड कर लो।
Now, after the 3 children pitch by the RSS chief, the indie leaders, other than the AIMIM chief, who's of course not an indie leader, are training guns at the RSS chief. Listen in to the reactions coming in from the opposition.
सर, मोहन भागवत पर सर संचालक आरएसएस के कह रहे हैं कि फर्टिलिटी रेट बहुत कम हो गया है, ऐसे में 3 बच्चे पैदा करें तभी फर्टिलिटी रेट बढ़ेगा, वरना हालात दूसरे देशों जैसे हो जाएंगे।
लगता है आजकल उनकी पट नहीं रही मोदी जी से, तभी तो अखबारों में बयान दे रहे हैं।
मोहन भागवत कह रहे हैं कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा बच्चे पैदा करो, 3 बच्चे पैदा करो, फर्टिलिटी रेट कम हो गया है।
प्रचारकों पे से पाबंदी हटाएं, जो शादी करने पे प्रचारकों के पाबंदी है, संघ प्रचारकों के, उसको हटा लेना चाहिए।
एक और बात, सर संचालक मोहन भागवत कह रहे हैं कि 3 बच्चे पैदा करें क्योंकि पॉपुलेशन क्राइसिस है। असउद्दीन ओवैसी उनको कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग कब शादी करेंगे, आप लोग ये बताइए, 1500 रुपए क्या आप देंगे?
ओवैसी जी 1500 रुपए क्या, 15 रुपए के लिए कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, ये उनका अधिकार है। और ओवैसी जी कितने बच्चे पैदा करते हैं ये हम लोग का तो हस्तक्षेप है नहीं, वो खूब जश्न मनाए, खुशी मनाए, क्योंकि उनको गरीबों की चिंता तो है नहीं, क्योंकि उनके पास तो अथाह संपत्ति है और उस संपत्ति का प्रयोग तो वो दर्जनों बच्चों के लिए कर सकते हैं। लेकिन भारत की जो व्यवस्था के संदर्भ में लोगों की चिंता है, जो प्रजनन रेट है, दर है, वो 2.1 के आसपास पहुंची है। ये प्रतिस्थापन दर से नीचे जा रही है, और जब प्रतिस्थापन दर से प्रजनन दर नीचे जाती है, और ख़ासतौर से हिंदुओं की जो 3.4 थी कुछ समय पहले 1990 के आसपास का आंकड़ा देखो आप, और आज वो 1.9 के आसपास पहुंच गई है। ये चिंता का विषय है कि भारत भी जापान और चाइना की तरीके से बूढ़ा देश न बन जाए, जो आज नौजवान देश है। पहले लोग 2 बच्चों की तरफ थे, अब 1 बच्चा, और अब तो तमाम परिवार ऐसे हैं जो बच्चा पैदा ही नहीं करना चाहते। तो ये एक चिंता का विषय है।
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of our broadcast. When we come back, we are closely tracking External Affairs Minister's address that will be made in the Parliament this afternoon on the truce deal with China. Also keeping a track of Prime Minister's scheduled watching of the screening of the Sabarmati report. That and much more after we come back. ये कब हुआ? No?
The Champions Trophy hosting debacle has taken several twists and turns as suspense over the schedule remains. To determine a result, the ICC is taking measures to finalize the timetable and has been in talks with the boards to find a solution. Amid the ongoing fiasco, it appears that the PCB has finally relented and is willing to accept the hybrid model for the Champions Trophy. One of Pakistan Cricket Board Chairman Mohsin Naqvi's recent moves has generated a lot of talk as the debate over the schedule for the Champions Trophy continues. As calls for the hybrid model over the Champions Trophy 25 have picked up steam, reports suggest that the PCB chief Mohsin Naqvi has met the Emirates Cricket Board chief Mubashir Usmani in Dubai. Both of them have reportedly discussed the hybrid model for the upcoming marquee ICC tournament, which is expected to take place from February to March in 2025. According to reports, Usmani was informed by PCB chief Naqvi that all preparations were on track and that Pakistan was prepared to host the Champions Trophy. Currently, the PCB chief is in Dubai for the ICC board meeting, which briefly took place on Friday to finalize the schedule for the tournament. During the meeting, Naqvi also stated that all teams would receive state-level security and that the situation in Pakistan was stable. Mubashir Usmani is also the chairman of the ICC's Associate Members Committee, and the PCB boss meeting him has...
From Asia Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in this Monday afternoon. And as we count down to the oath-taking ceremony of the new Maharashtra government, what we see right now, a lot of developments coming in, key meetings being held. Who will get what portfolio? Who will get the plum portfolio in the Maha-Yuti alliance? Well, this is going to be a very big story we're tracking. But as usual, the headlines. Let's get started.
An investigation into violation of currency control laws, that is, hidden assets being taken out of India that were in contravention of the laws, or convening the laws.
2017 Republic interview reopens before case. CBI to seek details from investigator Michael Hirschman to send letter. Rogatory file report by 11th of February.
This is over. This drama is over long ago. तुम CBI भेजो, ABC भेजो, कुछ नहीं निकलने वाले. ये सब कहानियां हैं. These are known as diversionary tactic. सारा देश विजय अडानी बोल रही है. यहाँ क्या बोफर कितने पुराना है बोफर का केस?
Congress says not afraid of CBI probe into Before scam. Terms it a tactic to create a diversion.
प्रॉपर प्लानिंग के साथ ट्रैफिक डाइवर्ट किया जाएगा, तो हमें आशा तो है कि पब्लिक को किसी भी तरीके की दिक्कत नहीं आनी चाहिए. बट अगर मतलब हमारी कोशिश यही रहेगी कि पब्लिक इनकन्वीनियंस किसी भी तरह से ना हो.
Delhi NCR border has fortified just ahead of the Delhi Chalo march. Delhi police says no permission was granted for the farmers' protest.
बच्चे पैदा करो. तो मोहन भागवत जी को बोलना चाहिए कि जैसा यहाँ पर लाडली बहना का स्कीम में कितना 1500 रुपए दे रहे ना, तो आप एक स्कीम निकालो कि जो इतने बच्चे पैदा करेंगे उसके अकाउंट में हम लोग 2000 डालेंगे, कितना डालेंगे.
Fireworks over Mohan Bhagwat's population pitch. OIC leads attack on the RSS chief.
देश में हिंदुओं पर अत्याचार बंद करो, हमारे चैतन्य प्रभु को रिहा करो.
Anger spills to streets, ban India against the Yunus administration. Protests being staged at Jantar Mantar. PM Modi to watch the Sabarmati Report movie on the 2002 Godhra incident at 4 p.m. this evening. Prohibitory orders in Sambhal, but Congress delegation says will visit the right-hit district. Let's go to the big story that we are getting for you right now. And Big update coming in. We're coming to know that the Bofors case has been reopened. Fresh momentum. CBI has reopened this case 7 years after Republic TV had aired a very important interview. And what we are coming to know, viewers, is that the CBI is collecting critical information. The agency has sought for crucial information from Michael Hirschman, the investigator featured in the 2017 interview, and plans to issue a letter rogatory. Now, the CBI, citing critical information already shared, aims to file a detailed report by Feb 11th. And we are also getting many reactions coming in. This is one of the top story. Republic interview has led to this entire Bofors case being back in the spotlight. Let's play the reactions, then we'll try to go across to our editors on the big story coming in.
We are joined by Congress also Member of Parliament Renuka Chaudhary. Now, a Bofors scam has again come to light. We are getting to know the CBI will send a judicial request for more information from the private investigator Mikhail, and the request has been sent to US. What do you have to respond to this?
I just have to laugh. It's so funny. They haven't been able to recover Nirav Modi. They are refusing to talk about Adani, but they have revived Bofors. We are not scared. This is over. This drama is over. Longer को तुम CBI भेजो, ABC भेजो, कुछ नहीं निकलने वाले. ये सब कहानियां हैं. These are known as diversionary tactic. सारा देश विदेश अडानी बोल रही है. यहाँ क्या बोफर कितने पुराना है बोफर का केस? कितने साल से ये सरकार बैठी है? 10 साल से ये कुछ काम नहीं कर पाए. आज बोफर याद आ गए. करो याद, रखो.
We're getting some big breaking updates coming in right now. It looks like Russian President Vladimir Putin has got an invitation to visit India. That is right. Let's see what the Russian embassy is saying. Russian President Vladimir Putin has received an invitation to visit India from Prime Minister Modi. The dates of his visit will be somewhere in early 2025. And the Russian embassy has said this: our leaders have an agreement to hold meetings once a year. This time it's our turn. Diplomat has noted, we received Mr. Modi's invitation and we will certainly consider it. We will figure out the tentative dates early next year. So, very, very clearly you can see, viewers, that this entire meeting will be happening sometime early 2025. And this coming in the backdrop of, remember the Republic TV had broken the story a few weeks ago that a very important visit of Vladimir Putin to India was likely, and now what we can tell you that is exactly what is going to happen. Russian President Putin receiving an invitation to visit India, and from what we are understanding, that this entire visit will be sometime in early 2025. That is next year. And this is coming in, viewers, as we keep getting you more updates. The two leaders, remember, met in October and held a very important bilateral meeting on the sidelines of the BRICS summit. And this will just be an important visit to strengthen bilateral ties between the two countries. All right, viewers, let's move ahead right now, because what we see right now, Delhi Chalo March has begun. That is right, the farmers are marching today. They have demands. They're marching all the way to the parliament. And now we have seen, as our colleague Piyush has been on the ground, that march started at around 9 a.m. The farmers have begun their Delhi Chalo protest march in the Delhi-Noida border area. This entire border area has turned into a fortress. RF personnel are deployed at Delhi-Noida border. Delhi Police DCP has said that no permission was granted for Delhi Chalo March. Meanwhile, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar has reached out to farmers and says what has happened, but the way forward should be right. Laying emphasis on Viksit Bharat, VP Dhankar says Viksit Bharat is built on farms. I want to go ahead and play the reactions coming in first.
ये इसलिए हो अंदर ना पाए
काफ़ी स्टाफ है, जैसा कि आप देख चुके होंगे बॉर्डर्स पे, ना सिर्फ नोएडा बॉर्डर पे बट बाकी यूपी दिल्ली के जितने बॉर्डर पॉइंट्स हैं बड़े और छोटे दोनों पे हमने थोड़ी थोड़ी तैनाती की है। एंड जो मेजर बॉर्डर पॉइंट्स हैं जहाँ से कि अंदेशा है कि वो आ सकते हैं, वहाँ पे हमने पर्याप्त मात्रा में स्टाफ लगाया है।
मैम पब्लिक के लिए क्या कहेंगे, क्योंकि क्या बॉर्डर सील किया जाएगा या बॉर्डर पे रिस्ट्रिक्शन, पब्लिक के लिए आप क्या कहना चाहिए कि पब्लिक जब अपना ट्रैवल प्लान करे तो क्या देखे अगर वो दिल्ली नोएडा या नोएडा दिल्ली से आता है?
दिल्ली अभी कुछ कह पाना इस पॉइंट पे मुश्किल है, बट आप प्लीज़ दिल्ली ट्रैफिक पुलिस का ट्विटर हैंडल या वेबसाइट फॉलो करते रहिएगा, उस पर हम डेफिनेटली अपडेट्स पोस्ट करते रहेंगे।
अगर वो दिल्ली तक आएंगे किसान को रोका जाएगा।
और ट्रैफिक डाइवर्जन के भी प्रॉपर प्लानिंग के साथ ट्रैफिक डाइवर्ट किया जाएगा, तो हमें आशा तो है कि पब्लिक को किसी भी तरीके की दिक्कत नहीं आनी चाहिए, बट अगर मतलब हमारी कोशिश यही रहेगी कि पब्लिक इनकन्वीनियंस किसी भी तरह से ना हो।
Getting some more break cameras coming in. Big update, viewers. Apex Court wraps Tamil Nadu government on Senthil Balaji's appointment. The Supreme Court says we grant bail and next day you become minister. The Supreme Court is now expected to examine if witnesses against Tamil Nadu Minister Senthil Balaji are under pressure. And that is what we are learning of right now. Top court says we grant bail, and just the next day they said you go and become minister. Anybody will be bound under the impression that now with your position as a senior cabinet minister, witnesses will be under pressure. And we have Riyanka joining us. Let's go to Riyanka joining us. Riyanka, you know, this is very, very important because it looks like Supreme Court is absolutely surprised in the Senthil Balaji case. And if you could take our viewers through, you know, all the arguments which have happened in the Apex Court.
Absolutely. Now, you know, it is indeed coming in as a big surprise and shock for the Supreme Court, which it has already expressed. The fact that Senthil Balaji was appointed as a minister in the Tamil Nadu state, and this happened soon after he was granted bail in the money laundering case, which was related to the cash for job scam. And, you know, this hearing was taken up by the bench of Justice Abhay Asoka and Justice Augustine George. And they were hearing a plea which sought to recall the judgment which granted bail to Balaji on the ground that where they focused the fact that witnesses would be rather under pressure given that Senthil Balaji was appointed as the minister soon after his release. So here the Supreme Court has expressed shock and said that we grant bail and the next day you go and become a minister. Anybody will be bound to be under the impression that now with their position as a senior cabinet minister, witnesses will be under pressure. The Supreme Court in fact questioned the counsel as to what is going on. On the other hand, to talk about the bench, it however said that it would not recall the judgment as the law laid down in there as it was benefiting several other people. And it also said that you know, it would limit the scope of inquiry to whether the witness were under pressure. And to this, now as per the latest updates from the court, the bench had asked Senthil Balaji's counsel to get instructions and posted the matter for hearing next on 13th of December. But yes, to be very important here, which is to be noted, the fact that Supreme Court taking a dig at how these people, once released on bail, suddenly become ministers in the cabinet and making witnesses under pressure. So that is a shock that has been expressed by the Supreme Court.
All right. Okay, thank you for joining us there. We will be definitely... Okay, we will get you more updates. Let's also go through some of the details that we've got. The Supreme Court refused to interfere on merits because the Senthil Balaji bail order has benefited others seeking relief. Okay, let's move ahead. Let's go to the national capital, viewers. We're getting some pictures. Live pictures coming in. Delhi march. Protest gaining momentum. This is Delhi Chalo protest. the march which is happening, and this is the march all the way from outside Delhi, the Noida region, all the way.
किसान है वो यहाँ पर टैंकर पर चढ़ करके पार करने की कोशिश उनके द्वारा की जा रही है। मैं अपने विजय को बोलूंगा कि एक तस्वीरें दिखाएं यहाँ पर जो युवा हैं जो वो यहाँ पर टैंकर पर चढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और वो टैंकर को पार करने की कोशिश करें जिससे कि दिल्ली बॉर्डर में वो प्रवेश कर सके और संसद के तरफ कुछ कर सके। हमारे साथ कई किसान यहाँ पे बात करने के लिए मौजूद है। अब देख रहे तस्वीर जो निकल के सामने आ रही, कई यहाँ पे किसान संगठनों ने आज आह्वान किया है कि वो दिल्ली की तरफ कूच करेंगे। किस तरीके क्या क्या मांगे हैं आप लोगों की?
मुख्य मांग तो 10% जो सरकार की तरफ से वायदा था कि प्लॉटों के रीसेटलमेंट के बाद किसानों को दिया जाएगा, वो नहीं दिया जा रहा है और उसके चलते किसानों के अंदर बहुत ज़्यादा गुस्सा है। आप देख रहे हैं कि लाखों की संख्या में किसान इधर मार्च कर रहे हैं और जो भी बैरियर चाहे सरकार लगा ले, किसान दिल्ली पहुंचेंगे, संसद की तरफ मार्च करेंगे।
बैरिकेड तोड़ दिया गया, बैरिकेड तोड़ करके जो किसान हैं वो उस पार जा रहे हैं। यहाँ ऊपर से किसान एक एक करके उस पार जा रहे हैं। दिल्ली बॉर्डर में प्रवेश करने की कोशिश यहाँ पे की जा रही है और एक एक करके यहाँ पर जो किसान हैं वो दिल्ली बॉर्डर में प्रवेश करने की कोई, हालांकि यूपी पुलिस के द्वारा यहाँ पे सावधानी बरतते हुए यहाँ पर बैरिकेड लगाया गया था और जो 2 टैंकर यहाँ पे खड़े किए गए थे उन टैंकरों को पूरी तरीके से कुचलते हुए उनके ऊपर से जाते हुए और साथ ही जो बैरिकेड है उसको गिराते हुए यहाँ पे जो तमाम किसान हैं वो उस पार जाने की कोशिश उनके द्वारा की जा रही है। बैरिकेड को गिरा दिया गया है यहाँ पे और बड़ी तादाद में किसान यहाँ पर हैं और इन किसानों के द्वारा बैरिकेड को तोड़ करके वो उस पार जा रहे हैं और साथ आप यहाँ पे एक एक तस्वीर हमारे विजय उज्जवल दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। कुछ किसान यहाँ पे क्रेन पे चढ़े हुए हैं और कुछ किसान एक दूसरे की मदद कर रहे हैं इस बैरिकेड को तोड़ने के लिए और किसान आगे बढ़ चुके हैं। यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं दिल्ली बॉर्डर में प्रवेश उनके द्वारा किया जा चुका है और यहाँ पर जो किसान हैं वो आगे बढ़ते हुए दौड़ते हुए आगे बढ़ चुके हैं और यहाँ पर जो यूपी पुलिस है उनको रोकने की लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पे देखिए बड़ी तादाद में किसानों की भीड़ है, वो भीड़ लगातार ही आगे बढ़ रही है, एक एक करके वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और यहाँ पे बड़ी तादाद में किसान है। आप लोगों की मांग है, आप लोगों ने कई दिनों तक धरने पे भी बैठे लेकिन मांग मानी नहीं गई। आगे आप कुछ कर रहे हैं दिल्ली की तरफ, क्या कहेंगे?
आधे किसानों को 10% दे दिया, आधों को दे नहीं रहे, बेईमानी पे उतरे हुए हैं ये।
And let's go straight across to my colleague Piyush, who's also on the ground. Piyush, what is happening on the ground? It looks like from before, the strength of the protest has become bigger and bigger. What is happening?
So what I can tell you is that you can see from the visual that what exactly is the situation over here. There is heavy presence of police officials, but yes, despite the presence of police officials, you are witnessing that the farmers continue to break the barricades that have been set forward for them and they continue to move forward. So yes, this is what is the scene over here, that there have been several layers of barricades that have been put forward. However, despite coming over here, the farmers continue to move forward the barricade. In fact, the visuals that have been shown to you, I would just request somebody journalists to come forward. So we are going to be following them, and despite the several barricades that are being put, despite the containers, despite the buses being put, you are witnessing that how the farmers continue to move forward in order to move towards Delhi. So yes, these are some dramatic visuals. Having said that, it becomes very important to note over here, Shivangi, that this is a protest which is being carried out by farmers only belonging to Noida and Greater Noida area, and it is not restricted to them demanding MSP, but rather they want fairer compensation from the land that has been acquired by them. In fact, I would just request my journalists, I'll be having some word with them so that our viewers can also understand what exactly they would be wanting. किससे धरना दे रहे हो आप?
अपनी मांगों के लिए धरना दे रहे हैं।
क्या मांगे आपकी?
3 प्रमुख मांगे हैं। 10%
क्या 10%
भूखंड तो हमें दिया जाता है जमीन के एवज में।
All right. Okay, Piyush, I'll be coming back to you. But these farmers are seeking a farm loan waiver, pensions for farmers, agricultural laborers, no increase in tariffs of electricity, withdrawal of police cases. So, like we are telling our viewers, we will be tracking the story very closely as the Delhi Chalo protest gathers strength. Okay, let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. The Supreme Court will hear a matter today regarding air pollution in Delhi NCR. The court will decide whether restrictions imposed under GRAP 4 should continue or if some relaxation should be provided. In the previous hearing, the court appointed 13 lawyers as court commissioners to assess the ground reality concerning the ban on truck entry at various entry points in Delhi. After reviewing the report submitted by the advocate commissioners, the Supreme Court reprimanded the government, stating that no significant steps had to be taken to stop the entry of trucks. Supreme Court will also hear the case concerning the recent bulldozer action against alleged illegal construction around the Somnath temple in Gujarat. In the last hearing, the court had issued a notice to the Gujarat government and ordered the status quo to be maintained. Now we see that some of the organizations have filed a contempt petition seeking action against the Gir Somnath district officials. The petition alleges that despite the Supreme Court's order to hold bulldozer actions, large-scale demolitions of structures including the Dargah, Mangroli Shah Baba, Eidgah and others will be continued. Congress leaders Alok Sharma and Priya Mishra have approached the Supreme Court seeking a direction to restrain courts across the country from entertaining pleas for conducting surveys at religious places. The petition also seeks direction. These farmers, they're breaking through the barricades, jumping through the barricades. It looks like the protesters have now started to jump through these barricades there, and this is from Noida. This is Noida, Uttar Pradesh, and their plan is to go all the way towards the parliament. Traffic is also being disrupted as these farmers are beginning their Delhi Chalo march towards the parliament complex. Many farmer groups from many districts, over 20 districts, are marching to press the central government to meet their demands. Those pictures are coming in right now, viewers, where we see that a lot of these farmers have now even, they pushed down the barricade. Now they are even jumping over it. And I want to go across to Piyush. Piyush, it looks like a situation is a little bit getting out of control in terms of these farmers jumping through barricades now. All right, we'll try to go across to Piyush, but you can see that this protest is gaining momentum and this heavy police presence, RAF presence on the spot. Now, these farmers have a lot of demands. Okay, we have Piyush. Piyush, it looks like the farmers are now jumping through barricades. They are, they've got a lot of strength in terms of numbers. What is happening on the ground, Piyush?
So I would just like to tell you that these are the farmers which are present over here, and in order to make sure that they do not also a substantial presence of police officers to make sure that the farmers do not create any problems of sort. But yes, there have been several barricades that have been placed in order to make sure that the farmers do not go towards Delhi. But we have seen that some of the barricades that had been put earlier have been crossed by the farmers, and there was not much of resistance that was provided by the Uttar Pradesh police, which are there in substantial numbers in order to make sure that the farmers do not move towards Delhi. Important to note over here, Shivangi, and while I speak, I would just want my video to show the visuals of the farmers over here. These farmers are primarily from Noida and Greater Noida area who are protesting over the unfair land compensation that had been given to them by the authorities when the land was acquired for developing the new Okhla Industrial Development Authority, which we know as Noida and Greater Noida subsequently. So yes, this is not restricted to the farmers demanding for minimum support price or farmer donor base, but rather these are farmers from the Noida, Greater Noida area which want to go towards Delhi, which want to go to Parliament, to want to make sure that their demands for fairer land compensation gets discussed. So yes, substantial number of farmers, and in order to make sure that there are these farmers do not create ruckus of any sort, these farmers do not create any law and order problem, you are also witnessing that there is also large number of Noida police officials, and not only the Noida police officials, there are also some commandos There are also some commandos that are present over here. So yes, as of now, the situation, even though dramatic, is not is still under control. There has been no violent incident that has occurred over the years over here. Even though the barricade that have been placed by the Noida police have been crossed by the farmers, but yes, so far the protest over here, even though dramatic, is peaceful, and we hope that following some mediation, the farmers' grievances, the anger would be allayed, and the demands of fairer land compensation, which they've been demanding for a long time, would be met. Back in the studio.
Right. Okay, so Piyush, this is a very, very important story we are tracking because, you were speaking to some farmers and they were saying we want 10%. And I think what they mean that farmers want 10% of plots allocated, 64.7% rise in compensation under old acquisition law. And if you could take our viewers through, what have they really said in terms of why are they doing these protests again and again? Because you've seen a couple of them in the past. What is their reasoning for this protest specifically?
So specifically, Shivangi, for all those people who are living in Noida, Greater Noida area, they understand that this land was acquired from thousands of farmers, and the demand of these farmers was that the land which was acquired by them was, they were not given fair land. In fact, what we'll be doing is, we'll also be having a word with some of them to make sure that nothing. आप कुछ बोलना चाहिए कि इसलिए प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं आप 10% अमाउंट के लिए और जो 2013 का भूमि अधिग्रहण किया उसे लागू करने. So yes, you are witnessing that the farmers continue to raise the demands of fair land compensation. Stay tuned to Development Media Network as we bring you minute-to-minute update of this protest that are being carried out by farmers of Noida and Greater Noida for fair land compensation. Stay tuned to Development Media Network.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Investigation into violation of currency control laws, that is, hidden assets being taken out of India that were in contravention of the laws or convening the laws.
2017 Republic interview reopens Bofor's case. CBI to seek details from investigator Michael Hirschman to send letter. Rogatory file. Report by 11th of February.
This is over. This drama is over. Longer को तुम CBI भेजो, ABC भेजो, कुछ नहीं निकलने वाले. ये सब कहानियां हैं. These are known as diversionary tactic. सारा देश विजय अडानी बोल रही है. यहाँ क्या बोफर कितने पुराना है बोफर का केस?
Congress says not afraid of CBI probe into Bofor scam, terms it a tactic of diversion. Delhi NCR border fortified ahead of Delhi Chalo March. Delhi police says no permission granted for the farmers' protest.
बच्चे पैदा करो। तो मोहन भागवत जी को बोलना चाहिए कि जैसा यहाँ पर लाडली बहना का स्कीम में कितना 1500 रुपए दे रहे ना, तो आप एक स्कीम निकाल लो कि जो इतने बच्चे पैदा करेंगे उसके अकाउंट में हम लोग 2000 डालेंगे, कितना डालेंगे।
Fireworks over Bhagwat's population pitch. OIC leads attack on the RSS chief.
देश में हिंदुओं पर अत्याचार बंद करो, बंद करो। हमारे देश के अंदर को रिहा करो, रिहा करो, रिहा करो।
Anger spills to streets. Pan India against Yunus administration. Many organizations staged protest at Jantar Mantar. PM Modi to watch the Sabarmati Report movie on the 2002 Godhra incident at 4 p.m. this evening. Prohibitory orders assembled, but Congress delegation says will visit the right hit district today.
Very good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching the news at 1:30. I'm Suesha Samant and we begin this edition with the latest coming in from Maharashtra. We are learning that all the meetings of caretaker Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, have been cancelled. In fact, those meetings have been cancelled. That includes the MLA coordination meeting that was supposed to happen today. The meetings have been cancelled on the doctor's advice. They've asked Eknath Shinde to take rest. Shinde will stay in Thane today, is what we've learned. Satyaprakash will join us shortly to take us through the details, but this is big development coming in, given how this is also that very important time for the new government in Maharashtra to take the reins, and while it continues to be the Mahayuti in power, but in terms of chief ministership and when the oath-taking ceremony will take place, key Mahayuti meetings that have been postponed for this very reason, as caretaker Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has not been in the best of health. Let me cut across to Satya, joining us on the broadcast with the latest details on the same. Satya Prakash, we are learning that today was that MLA coordinator meeting that has also been cancelled. Any update on when Eknath Shinde will be able to resume work in full swing, and what happens with regards to even the oath-taking ceremony and all that pending work?
मिल रही है कि एक सीएम एकनाथ शिंदे की जो तबीयत है पूरी तरह ठीक नहीं हुई, जिसकी वजह से डॉक्टरों ने उनको आराम की सलाह दिया है। और शिंदे आज जो है एकनाथ शिंदे अपने घर थाने में ही रहेंगे, क्योंकि जिस तरह से डॉक्टरों ने आराम की सलाह दी है, क्योंकि उनकी तबीयत अभी पूरी तरह से ठीक नहीं हुई है, जो अपने थाने के घर पर, और आज जो है वो थाने के घर पर ही रहेंगे। आज जो महायुति की मीटिंग होने वाली थी वो भी कैंसिल कर दी गई है, और जो शिवसेना जो कोऑर्डिनेशन की मीटिंग विधायकों को बुलाई गई थी वो भी कैंसिल हो गई। तो जो सारी मीटिंग थी सारी कैंसिल हो गई, क्योंकि सीएम एकनाथ शिंदे की तबीयत ठीक नहीं है और डॉक्टरों ने आराम की सलाह दी है।
All right, Satya Prakash there getting us the latest details on Eknath Shinde's health. He is down with viral and the doctors have advised him to take rest. He will be in Thane today. In the meanwhile, key Mahayuti meetings and other commitments that have been put on hold. Moving on, as RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat has once again brought the population debate to the forefront during a public meeting in Nagpur. He raised concerns about the declining population, warning that a drop below 2.1% could spell disaster for society. Mohan Bhagwat called on the people to reproduce more than 2 or at least 3 children. Following this, AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi hit out at the RSS Chief's remarks. Listen in to all that has happened so far.
तो हम मोहन भगवत जी से पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि बच्चे पैदा करने के लिए वो क्या लोगों को देंगे, क्या कुछ देंगे? अकाउंट में डालेंगे 1500 रुपए, जो बच्चे ज्यादा पैदा करेगा उसको 1500 बढ़ के मिलेंगे? नहीं, औलाद पैदा करो वो स्कीम निकालेंगे क्या? ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। TFR रेट हर कम्युनिटी का गिरा है। सबसे ज्यादा TFR रेट गिरा है रिलीजन वाइज मुसलमानों का, मगर अभी भी हिंदू समुदाय का TFR रेट वो मुसलमानों फर्क है। अब मगर ये जो स्टेटमेंट आज बोल रहे हैं कि आप जो बोल रहे हैं अगर वो सच है और आप सच ही बोलेंगे कि बच्चे पैदा करो, तो मोहन भगवत जी को बोलना चाहिए कि जैसा यहाँ पर लाडली बहना का स्कीम में कितना 1500 रुपए दे रहे ना, तो आप एक स्कीम निकाल लो कि जो इतने बच्चे पैदा करेंगे उसके अकाउंट में हम लोग 2000 डालेंगे, कितना डालेंगे, क्या डालेंगे वो डिसाइड कर लो।
एक सवाल सर मोहन भागवत पर, सर संचालक आरएसएस के कह रहे हैं कि फर्टिलिटी रेट बहुत कम हो गया है, ऐसे में 3 बच्चे पैदा करें तभी फर्टिलिटी रेट बढ़ेगा, वरना हालात दूसरे देशों जैसे हो जाएंगे।
लगता आजकल उनकी पट नहीं रही मोदी जी से, तभी तो अखबारों में बयान दे रहे हैं।
मोहन भागवत कह रहे हैं कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा बच्चे पैदा करो, 3 बच्चे पैदा करो, फर्टिलिटी रेट कम हो गया है।
प्रचारकों पे से पाबंदी हटाएं, जो शादी करने पे प्रचारकों के पाबंदी है, संघ प्रचारकों के, उसको हटा लेना चाहिए।
एक और बात, सर संचालक मोहन भागवत कह रहे हैं कि 3 बच्चे पैदा करें क्योंकि पॉपुलेशन क्राइसिस है। असदुद्दीन ओवैसी उनको कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग कब शादी करेंगे, आप लोग ये बताइए, 1500 रुपए क्या आप देंगे?
ओवैसी जी 1500 रुपए क्या 15 रुपए के लिए कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, ये उनका अधिकार है। और ओवैसी जी कितने बच्चे पैदा करते हैं ये हम लोग का तो हस्तक्षेप है नहीं, वो खूब जश्न मनाए, खुशी मनाए, क्योंकि उनको गरीबों की चिंता तो है नहीं, क्योंकि उनके पास तो अथाह संपत्ति है और उस संपत्ति का प्रयोग तो वो दर्जनों बच्चों के लिए कर सकते हैं। लेकिन भारत की जो व्यवस्था के संदर्भ में लोगों की चिंता है, जो प्रजनन रेट है, दर है, वो 2.1 के आसपास पहुंची है। ये प्रतिस्थापन दर से नीचे जा रही है, और जब प्रतिस्थापन दर से प्रजनन दर नीचे जाती है, और ख़ासतौर से हिंदुओं की जो 3.4 थी कुछ समय पहले 1990 के आसपास का आंकड़ा देखो आप, और आज वो 1.9 के आसपास पहुंच गई है। ये चिंता का विषय है कि भारत भी जापान और चाइना की तरीके से बूढ़ा देश न बन जाए, जो आज नौजवान देश है। पहले लोग 2 बच्चों की तरफ थे, अब 1 बच्चा, और अब तो तमाम परिवार ऐसे हैं जो बच्चा पैदा ही नहीं करना चाहते। तो ये एक चिंता का विषय है।
And time now to take a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you in brief this afternoon. These are stories from across the country in Bharat in 2 minutes. IMD has issued a red alert for 4 districts in Kerala, forecasting extremely heavy rains. Malappuram, Kozhikode, Wayanad and Kannur are expected to experience intense rainfall. Earlier, Kottayam and Pathanamthitta were placed under orange alert. This was later upgraded to a red alert. Kerala Revenue Minister K. Rajan stated that the situation is being closely monitored by the State Disaster Management Authority with continuous communication between officials across all districts. As Parliament session resumed, Congress MP K. Suresh informed that a meeting of Indie bloc leaders was held in the presence of Leader of Opposition Mallikarjun Kharge in the Rajya Sabha. However, Trinamool Congress skipped the all-party meeting chaired by Kharge today. AAP Supremo Arvind Kejriwal reiterated that his party will not enter into any political alliance for the upcoming Delhi Assembly elections. Responding to a query at the press conference, former Delhi Chief Minister made it clear that AAP is firm in its stance against any alliances in the capital.
अलायंस का भी मॉडल यही है। ये लोग दिल्ली में दोस्ती का ड्रामा करते हैं और प्रदेशों में एक दूसरे के साथ कुश्ती करते हैं। केरल में लेफ्ट और कांग्रेस झगड़ा करते हैं, दिल्ली में आके दोस्ती का ड्रामा करते हैं। अब यहाँ पर बोल रहे हैं कि हम एक दूसरे के खिलाफ विधानसभा लड़ेंगे और पार्लियामेंट में इंडिया अलायंस करके हाथ पकड़ेंगे। पंजाब में पहले से ही तलाक था, वहाँ पे तो निकाह हुआ ही नहीं था इनका।
An encounter took place at the refinery police station with 3 robbers, all of whom were injured. Robbers, residents of Agra, had broken into a battery merchant's shop, stealing illegal pistols, cartridges, batteries, wires, 9,000 rupees. The stolen auto used in the crime was also recovered. All 3 robbers have multiple criminal cases against them. Delhi police has arrested 5 individuals, including 3 Nepalese nationals, recovering 15 kilograms of drugs worth approximately 3 crore rupees in international market. Arrest followed a tip-off about a Nepali man supplying charas to a local trafficker in the Manju Katila area. Investigations led to the discovery of a larger drug network. In anticipation of a march to Delhi by a farmer organization, Delhi police and RAF have been deployed at the Delhi-UP Chilla border. DCP East Delhi Apurva Gupta stated that the farmers' protest has been permitted. During the ongoing parliament session, police are coordinating with Noida authorities to maintain law and order and prevent any traffic disruptions. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we continue to get you the latest on the farmers' protest that has now reached the Delhi borders.
सॉरी डॉक्टर। बनी, सफीना, शादी कैसी चल रही है?
मैं बताएगी। आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग। इतना पहाड़ों के साथ गुलू गुलू करेगा तो धोप तुएंगी ना इसको।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर, मैं उड़ना चाहता हूँ, दौड़ना चाहता हूँ, बस इस घर में रुकना नहीं चाहता। बट क्यों? उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया। I don't feel safe.
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना, बदतमीजी। समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
And we've cut across to these latest pictures of the farmers' protest that has now reached Delhi. This is the Delhi Chalo March that has intensified yet again, where you see thousands of farmers at the Noida border, where they're trying to break through those barricades. Protesting farmers who are cutting across to try to come to the national capital, as they once again put their demands to the center. Farmers' protest that has once again picked up pace in the national capital, where water cannons have also been deployed at the Chilla border. to ensure no untoward incident takes place. In fact, we are learning that farmers have gathered at the Mahamaya flyover, where traffic is now being diverted such that the common man does not suffer. Barricades have been put in place, but these barricades are also being breached by the farmers at some of those vantage points. We are learning that the police is now using drones to monitor the situation and heavy deployment on the ground to try and stop them from moving further or disrupt traffic. And let's now take a quick check at all that is making headlines across the globe. News from our international desk in the next news wrap. US President Joe Biden pardoned his son Hunter for a range of federal felony gun and tax convictions, reversing his past promises not to use the extraordinary powers of the presidency for the benefit of family members. Hunter Biden was convicted of 3 felonies in June for purchasing a gun in 2018. He was set to stand trial in September, but agreed to plead guilty to misdemeanor and felony charges in a surprise move hours after jury selection was set to begin. Protesters gathered outside Georgia's parliament, setting bins alight and throwing fireworks at police in Tbilisi. Police were seen deploying water cannons and using tear gas in an attempt to clear the protesters. Demonstrations have swept the capital and across the country as people rail against the government's decision to suspend negotiations to join the European Union. Six persons were injured after an explosion took place inside a house in Missouri, Jefferson City. 3 of the victims are in a critical condition. They're receiving life support. Investigators are probing the cause of the explosion. Meanwhile, the house was completely damaged with wooden structures and home appliances that were scattered all across. Australian police has seized a record 2.3 tons of cocaine worth over $500 million and arrested 13 people in raids after the suspect's boat broke down off the coast of Queensland. The drugs were transported from an unidentified Southern American country. The arrests followed a month-long investigation after a tip-off that a gang was planning a multi-ton smuggling operation.
The AFP has seized more than 2.3 tonnes of cocaine, and what we believe is the largest ever seizure of the drug in Australia. The AFP seized the drugs on Saturday night after successfully disrupting an alleged plot by a transnational organised crime syndicate, attempting to import the cocaine into Australia via a C2C transfer off the coast of Queensland. The AFP and the Queensland Police Service have been jointly investigating this matter for the past month, following intelligence being received that an alleged criminal syndicate with links to the Comanchero outlaw motorcycle gang were planning a multi-ton cocaine import off the coast of Queensland.
And we now shift focus to the latest coming in from Maharashtra. We just told you how Eknath Shinde's health has not been at its best. We are learning that Devendra Fadnavis has now dialed Caretaker Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to inquire about his health. Eknath Shinde, who has been advised by doctors to take rest, as was reported that he is down with viral. A team of 5 doctors who are monitoring his condition closely, and doctors have advised him rest, due to which he will be in Thane today. Key meetings, including that of the Mahayuti, have been postponed at the moment, and this of course also differs how the Mahayuti comes to power again when it comes to the Chief Minister taking oath and the cabinet ministers. This is the latest we are learning. Fadnavis has dialed Shinde. He's inquired about his health. We'll try and connect with Meenakshi, who joins us from Mumbai. She'll take us through the details of what is discussed between the two leaders. But this certainly is important, as the suspense over who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra continues to hang in the balance. Remember, key NDA meet that was also to happen has been postponed. Let me cut across to Meenakshi. Meenakshi, first up, take us through the details of what was discussed between Fadnavis and Shinde, what we know so far of when Shinde would be able to resume work, but most importantly, key meetings that were lined up through this week, given the NDA meet, the Mahayuti meetings that were to happen back to back, and suspense over who will be the next Chief Minister, who is getting the cabinet portfolios, all of that has been postponed.
Yes, all meetings of Eknath Shinde cancelled because he is not well. Devendra Fadnavis dialed Eknath Shinde and he asked about his health. Also,
all right, we may have lost that audio line with Meenakshi. Meenakshi, if you are able to hear me, continue talking to us.
Yes, Eknath Shinde's all meeting has been cancelled today. He is not well. Devendra Fadnavis called him and asked about his health and discussed about his health only. No other matters discussed between Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. On the other hand, we are getting information that all Mahayuti's key meet has been cancelled for today. It will held tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Eknath Shinde stay in his Thane's house, and the doctors advised him to take rest. That's why all of Shinde's meeting for today has been cancelled, and he is reported as unwell. On the other hand, we have spoken of BJP leaders here. I am now here at Azad Maidan regarding the Mahayuti meeting and the BJP key meeting which scheduled today. They have asked to Republic that they have told to Republic that all meeting of BJP MLAs has been cancelled. There is no meeting today. And Mahayuti meeting also not happening today. Tomorrow or day after tomorrow meeting will be held, and observer from Delhi of BJP will come today, and after that tomorrow MLA's meeting can happen where that CLP has been elected, and the name of the leader obviously we are
right. Right, Meenakshi, to stay on, as we're also picking up more breaking details coming in on the same. Eknath Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde, who said that the swearing-in ceremony of the Mahayuti government has been delayed, which has led to a surge in discussions and rumours as well. Shrikant Shinde has further added that the caretaker Chief Minister Eknath Shinde had to take rest at his native place for 2 days, given his ill health. As a result, rumours have only intensified. There have been speculations about Shrikant Shinde also becoming the Deputy Chief Minister. News that he has completely quelled. He says that these reports are baseless and unfounded. Let me come across to Alicia, joining us from the newsroom, to take us through the details of how this entire development is being perceived, given the fact that key decisions have been postponed.
Well, yes, Suesha, we know that oath ceremony, which has been postponed to 5th December, is most likely which is going to happen on 5th. We know that there are BJP leaders who have already reached Azad Maidan, which is the place where the oath ceremony is likely to take place. But what we know so far, that there are some of the reports that has also suggested that Eknath Shinde has been demanding his son Shrikant Shinde to be the Deputy Chief Minister, where Shrikant Shinde have put out a tweet clearly mentioning that he does not look for this ministry. He is not looking as a part of the state government. If I read out the statement that is being issued by his office, clearly mentioning, and the Twitter that is being tweeted by Shrikant Shinde itself, clearly mentioning that the swearing-in ceremony of the Mahayuti government has been delayed, which has led to a surge in discussions and rumours. As a result, there are rumours that has also been intensified that Shrikant Shinde to be the Deputy Chief Minister. There are speculation, but this is something, the reports are baseless and unfolded. And even after the Lok Sabha election, that is Shrikant Shrikant Shinde had an opportunity to take up a ministerial position in the central government. However, considering the work for the party organization, I had declined that offer. So here Shrikant Shinde clearly mentioning that he got a ministerial post in the central government, but he declined as far as his party work in the organization is concerned, and he has no interest in the state government. So this is over the speculation which was going around over him becoming the deputy chief minister as per the local reporter. There are more information that has also been coming in, but right now we'll just slip into a short commercial break. On the other side, we'll come up with the more information at Devendra Fadnavis was dialed Eknath Shinde asking over his unwealth situation. Stay tuned to Republic.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
सॉरी डॉक्टर।
मनी, सफीना, शादी कैसी चल रही है?
मैं बताइए, आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया, पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग, इतना पहाड़ों के साथ गुलू गुलू करेगा तो धोपतुएंगी ना इसको।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर, मैं उड़ना चाहता हूँ, दौड़ना चाहता हूँ, बस इस घर में रुकना नहीं चाहता।
बट क्यों?
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया। I don't feel safe.
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Thank you for staying with Republic. And well, things have become tricky for Mohsin Naqvi-led Pakistan Cricket Board as Jai Shah has assumed his role as the International Cricket Council chairman. At the age of just 36 years, Shah has become the youngest ever ICC chairman. Shah's appointment that comes in the midst of all the hue and cry around the Champions Trophy, and as of now, all the eyeballs are fixated upon the ICC. Here's what is happening.
The BCCI's outgoing secretary Jai Shah took charge as the chairperson of the International Cricket Council on Sunday. He becomes the 5th Indian to head the global body and the youngest ever to head the ICC now. The 36-year-old Jai Shah, who has been the BCCI secretary for the last 5 years, was the unanimous choice of ICC's board of directors. He replaces New Zealand's attorney Craig Barclay, who did not wish to continue for a third consecutive term. Jai Shah is the son of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. He has his task cut out as the ICC needs to find an acceptable solution to implement the hybrid model for the Champions Trophy. The face-off between BCCI and PCB continues. The hue and cry around the infamous hybrid model has created a fresh set of problems for the PCB. BCCI earlier this month had written to ICC regarding its reluctancy to send India to Pakistan for the Champions Trophy. India's External Affairs Ministry has also made it clear that Team India will not travel to Pakistan. The ICC had earlier planned to announce the schedule for Champions Trophy on the 11th of November, but due to the rising tensions between the PCB and the BCCI, the apex global cricketing body reportedly incurred financial losses. Now, as Jai Shah assumes charge as the ICC chair, problems for the PCB might only increase. The Pakistan Cricket Board is changing its stance and is ready to accept the hybrid model with Jai Shah at the helm of affairs. Pakistan has understood that the Champions Trophy without India is not possible, and the ICC too will have to take massive financial hits. The ICC will not take that risk. The ICC is already running late on deadline and has left its stakeholders in a state of anger. With Jay Shah taking charge, an official announcement regarding the Champions Trophy is expected very soon.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Raksha Mishra with you. We'll get started with the top stories coming in from the country and across the globe, viewers. Also, how the Yunus government continues to target the ISKCON devotees, the ISKCON monks. First up, the headlines at 2.
Investigation into violation of currency control laws, that is, hidden assets being taken out of India that were in contravention of the laws, or convening the laws.
2017 Republic interview reopens the Bofors case. CBI to seek details from investigator Michael Hirschman to send letter rogatory. File report by 11th of February. United States blocks CBI probe in Bofors case. Multiple letters sent between 2023-2024 for assistance, but US says they need more time.
This is over. This drama is over long ago. तुम CBI भेजो, ABC भेजो, कुछ नहीं निकलने वाले. ये सब कहानियां हैं. These are known as diversionary tactic. सारा देश विजय अडानी बोल रही है. यहाँ क्या बोफर कितने पुराना है बोफर का केस?
Congress on the back foot as Republic interview reopens the Bofors case. Congress says, why not talk about Adani? After Samajwadi Party, the Congress delegation en route Sambhal blocked leaders detained. Delhi Chalo March resumes. Farmer union blocks the highways. Russian President Vladimir Putin all set to receives invitation to visit India from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Kremlin says dates for visit will set in early 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bofors case has gained renewed momentum as the CBI reopens its investigation. 7 years after an interview by Republic TV brought fresh details to light, the agency has sought crucial information from Michael Hirschman, the private investigator who featured in 2017 interview to Republic TV, and plans to issue a letter rogatory. Now, the CBI, citing critical information already shared, aims to file a detailed report by the 11th of February. We bring you the snippets from the 2017 Republic exclusive interview.
Gandhi, an investigation into violation of currency control laws, that is, hidden assets being taken out of India that were in contravention of the laws, or contravening the laws. And he had trouble tracking some of the assets outside of India, so he needed an external expert who had experience in asset tracing, money laundering, and he asked if I would assist by looking at a number of banks that we felt being used to transfer these assets. One of the banks was BCCI, and this was before, of course, the BCCI scandal broke, which led to the dissolution of BCCI. Large transactions that it looked to us to be not currency control law violations, but bribes for arms deals.
And Republic TV Senator Shavan Sen spoke to Ajay Agarwal, who is the investigator in this case. Take a listen to what he had to say as the case is now reopening.
Mr. Agarwal, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV. This is a big development where the Central Bureau of Investigation has now indicated that a judicial request will be sent to the United States of America. Going back to the plea that was filed by you in the court, particularly about the evidence that was gathered, what is it that you can tell our viewers with regards to the fact that there are certain evidence which is yet to be perused by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and that is the reason why there is a need to reopen the case?
My appeal has been filed way back in 2005, in fact. It is pending for the last 19 years. And a 3-judge bench has to decide my appeal. In fact, that time, when this gun, Bofors gun was purchased, there was a gun, Sofma, which was much better than that. In every aspect, even after that Bofors was purchased, Sofma was cheap. Its target was also lengthy. That time, that corruption which was done that time for purchasing the Bofors gun, it has to be worked out. In any case, there are a lot of clinching evidence with the CBI. Lot of evidence is there, but they have not done the entire investigation, which needs to be done now. And the public should know, the people of the country should know what happened in Bofors scandal. And it has not been revealed so far. The scandal occurred way back in 1986, and still people are waiting that what happened in the Bofors scam. So my appeal is still pending before the Supreme Court. The CBI moved in 2017, but the Supreme Court says that there is already an appeal pending by Mr. Ajay Agarwal. Whatever you want to raise, you raise in that case, to file in that case. But CBI has yet not filed anything in that case, which they have said in their appeal in the Supreme Court, which was very much delayed. It was delayed by around 12 years, 13 years. So court has directed them to file all the papers in my case, and then the case will be taken up. But CBI has not filed so far anything in that case. So we are waiting for that the CBI should come out with and file all the papers before the Supreme Court and let the Supreme Court decide in this case.
And one of the big stories that are coming in from the world of business viewers, the Indian government has scrapped the windfall tax on petrol, diesel, crude oil products and aviation turbine fuel, which was initially imposed in July 2022. Now, the tax targeted domestic crude oil producers like Reliance, ONGC, GAIL and Oil India in response to their unexpected gains driven by geopolitical events. In September this year, the government had already reduced the windfall tax on domestically produced crude oil to zero after previously imposing a tax of 1,851 rupees per ton in August. So this move is effective immediately, viewers. It's set to bring relief to oil conglomerates like Reliance, ONGC, as their gross refining margins may get a lift. All right, viewers, the windfall tax is a special levy on domestic crude oil products production introduced in July 2022 after the rising global crude prices to capture revenue from the windfall gains made by the producers. And the government has also withdrawn the road infrastructure cess on export of petrol and diesel. Notification has also been laid in the parliament, and the windfall tax on export of diesel and aviation turbine fuel was also eliminated in September this year, remember. And during the onset of the Russia-Ukraine war and the West sanctions on Kremlin, a surge in crude oil prices resulted in unprecedented profits for the oil companies. And these profits created an environment where oil companies made significant one-time profits. And of course, in response to these extraordinary profits, India had joined several other nations by imposing a windfall tax on domestic crude oil producers and the exporters, aiming to generate additional revenue for the government by imposing a windfall tax on domestic crude oil producers and exporters. My colleague Priyanka Das joins us live on the broadcast from the business desk. Priyanka, tell us more details about this. What impact this could have?
That's right, Akshata. So the tax that has been imposed, that has been scrapped, really was imposed in 2022. And do note that at this point, this is no consumer benefit, but more of the organizational level, whether it's Reliance, ONGC and GAIL. So not a benefit that's been passed on to the consumer, but it will help them in terms of the exports as well, which has always been a positive sign for these oil companies, really. So with this scrapped thing, what it means is that it taxed the domestic crude oil producers such as Reliance, ONGC, GAIL and OIL for their unexpected gains in light of the geopolitical events. Now, the government had imposed it in September 2024, whereas the slashed windfall tax on the domestically produced crude oil to zero. Now, in August, the tax was rupees 1,851 per ton.
Yes, Priyanka, thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in. Of course, we'll keep a track of more business stories, viewers. Do log on to republicbiz.com to know more details on that. But right now, it's time to take a quick look at the top stories making headlines this hour. It's a big statement by the Navy Chief of India. He says that Pakistani Navy is surprisingly growing with China's support. Claims made by Indian Navy Chief. Fireworks over Mohan Bhagwat's population pitch. OSC leads the attack on the RSS chief. Anger spills to the streets across India against Yunus administration. VHP and other spiritual leaders join in to the protest at Jantar Mantar. Prime Minister Modi to watch the Sabarmati Report movie on 2002 Godhra incident at 4 p.m. this evening. Shifting our focus to Bangladesh, dozens of ISKCON members, monks and all the members of the ISKCON committee who possess valid travel documents were turned back by the Bangladeshi immigration police from Benapole border crossing when they tried to cross into India. So they were barred from entering into India. The 54 members include devotees from various districts of Bangladesh arriving at the checkpost on Saturday night and Sunday morning. Even after waiting for hours for permission, they were informed that their travel was not authorized. My colleague Kisholai joins the live on the broadcast from our Bangla newsroom in Kolkata. Kisholai, on one hand, we see the Bangladesh authorities targeting, persecuting Hindus, and there are attacks after attacks on Hindus, and especially the way ISKCON is being targeted now. They're not even allowed to enter India.
Well, exactly. We know that devotees from all over the world come to India, especially to Vrindavan, Mayapur and Puri, Dwarka. All these places are holy places, and ISKCON devotees as well as all Vaishnava Hindus come to India to take a pilgrimage in these holy places. About 70 ISKCON devotees were coming towards India, in order to take this pilgrimage of Vrindavan, Mayapur, Puri, and they had taken all kind of documents, permission, whatever was required for this travel. But they were stopped by Bangladeshi immigration at Benapole, and they were stopped by Bangladeshi police as well. And the logic that was given to them was that their movement is, the Bangladeshi police did not find their movement to be convincing enough. So because their movement was insinuating, the Bangladeshi police decided not to let them cross the border and go ahead for their Tirtha Yatra, for their pilgrimage. So it's very clear that the Yunus government, the Yunus administration is cracking down on Hindus at one hand, the extremists and radicals are cracking down on Hindus on the other hand, and also the immigration and Bangladeshi police are ensuring that the Hindus cannot leave Bangladesh even for the purpose of pilgrimage with valid documents. This is what we are getting to know from our Bangladeshi sources and different media sources of Bangladesh. All these pilgrims, ISKCON devotees, have been sent back. They have been told that because their movement was not very convincing and their statements were not very convincing, they are not allowed to cross the border and go for their pilgrimage that they had taken permission many months ago. So all these developments coming in from Bangladesh clearly prove again to the whole world that Yunus government is acting anti-Hindu and anti-ISKCON, and clearly atrocities happening on Hindus all over Bangladesh.
Well, absolutely. In fact, there is also the hearing on Chinmay Krishna Das Prabhu's petition, bail plea also, that is happening tomorrow. But we are seeing that in the run-up to that, what is happening, they're actually trying to send out this message out loud, Kisholai, that Bangladesh will continue to target, and there's no hope for anyone who believes in Sanatan, who believes in ISKCON, who is associated with the ISKCON. And there is a lot of, there is a lot of talk about what can the Indian government do. Will the Modi government step in and do something about this?
Well, Rakshita, we have been speaking to ISKCON leaders, and also ISKCON leader Gauranga Das was speaking to our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami about 2 days back, and ISKCON is maintaining that they are in close contact with the Indian government and Ministry of External Affairs. On the other hand, they are also, through their international portals and international clout that they have, because they are present in about 150 countries, so they are continuing to pressurize the Bangladeshi government in different ways in order to stop attacking the ISKCON temples. But we know that the attacks continue. 2 ISKCON temples, ISKCON Namhatta centers, have already been closed. One is in Shipchor, the other one is Kishorganj. Both of these were attacked by radicals and closed down. Also, there are attacks on ISKCON devotees and fake cases on ISKCON devotees. We know apart from Chinmay Krishna Prabhu, 3 other ISKCON monks were also arrested. So this is continuing. Though the Bangladeshi government has maintained that no, we are not trying to ban ISKCON, we have no thoughts about that. Under international international pressure, they had to declare that they are not banning ISKCON, but on the ground level, torture on ISKCON devotees and vandalizing ISKCON centers continue. So ISKCON is appealing through different ways. Radharaman Prabhu spoke to us, Gauranga Prabhu spoke to us, and different other ISKCON leaders spoke to us. They are appealing through different ways and mediums. In spite, they also, in fact, they also reached out to the United Nations, and they are saying that why the United Nations is not acting in this case and sending a peacekeeping force in Bangladesh. So all these messages are being given out, but Bangladesh remains to be Bangladesh, remains to be radical, remains to be completely out of control and turning into almost a barbaric nation which attacks all other religions except the majority ones.
Thank you so much, Kishore, for joining us with those details coming in. We'll keep a track on the latest updates coming in from Bangladesh. The situation remains tense, and viewers, Republic TV also spoke to Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar and Giriraj Singh. Take a listen into what they have to say on the latest from Bangladesh.
सुकांता मजुमदार इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद है। सुकांता जी, जिस तरह से बांग्लादेश में हिंदू सीयर्स को इंडिया नहीं आने दिया जा रहा है, वीजा होने के बावजूद ये एट्रोसिटीज बढ़ गई हैं।
देखिए, बांग्लादेश में हर रोज एट्रोसिटीज हो रही है, बहुत ही मतलब खराब स्थिति है। हम चाहते हैं कि बांग्लादेश इससे उभरे और हिंदू मॉन्क के साथ, हिंदुओं के साथ जो एट्रोसिटीज हो रही है वो बंद होनी चाहिए।
बांग्लादेश में जिस तरह से कट्टरपंथी हावी है, हिंदुओं पे अत्याचार कर रहा है, उन्हें वैधानिक तरीके से आने की भी छूट नहीं दी जा रही है, संतों को बंद कर दिया गया है, उसका भी पता नहीं है। भारत सरकार ने कड़ी फटकार लगाई है, लेकिन दुनिया के लोगों को भी अब बांग्लादेश में हस्तक्षेप करना चाहिए।
All right, viewers, now the BJP has pulled up TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee making controversial remarks about the Waqf properties. Kalyan Banerjee had said that any location where Muslims offer namaz could be considered Waqf land, including the public spaces like roads and parks. The BJP alleges that such interpretations could lead to significant portions of Kolkata being transferred to the Muslim community. BJP further goes on to accuse West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and the TMC of pursuing policies that could result in the marginalization of the Hindus.
আপনি যেখানে নামাজ পড়বেন বা যারাই নামাজ পড়বে কোন এক জায়গা, সেটা that will be treated as waqf property. যে কোনো একটা জায়গায় যদি 20 জন 25 জন 15 জন 5 জন রেগুলারলি নামাজ পড়ে, সেটা waqf property বলে ট্রিট করা হবে।
My colleague joins us live on the broadcast from the national capital. Harsha, well, this is outrightly endorsing the Waqf property, the way Waqf has been accused of usurping the land. And now Kalyan Banerjee, who is an MP, goes on to make such statements in public that wherever a Muslim will offer namaz, even if it's the road where he will be offering that namaz, will become Waqf land.
Now, Rakshita, this is a controversial statement coming from the TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee. We tried to speak him today, but he ducked away all questions, and this is a serious thing which has emerged, and his statement clearly indicating towards the Muslim appeasement. Also, he is one of the very important members of the JPC committee, which is on the Waqf Amendment Bill, and such statements coming from TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee is shocking, because now BJP has stated that this is not only Muslim appeasement, but they are trying to divide the community, they are trying to marginalize the society, and also this could lead to a huge demographic change if the roads, parks, and everywhere where the namazis offered namaz, if that will be categorized as Waqf property, most of the lands, roads, and park will go to the Waqf property, and that is really shocking and amazing. Such remarks coming from the TMC MP who's part of the JPC on the Waqf Amendment. We have got to know that the several leaders have stated that this issue will be taken up in the parliament, and even
Yes, Harsha, in fact, to stay on with us, we have reactions coming in from BJP leader and JPC chairperson on the Waqf bill. Jagdambika Pal, chairperson of the committee, he has now criticized TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee for making that statement in public, that public remark on Waqf issues, and also say that as a JPC member, Kalyan Banerjee should present his views within the committee instead of making such statements outside. Take a listen in, viewers, to Jagdambika Pal. So remember, viewers, that TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee is part of the Waqf committee, the JPC, and there have been multiple discussions, multiple rounds of meetings where Kalyan Banerjee has of course lost his cool, also even injured himself while making those aggressive arguments. And now we see that Kalyan Banerjee is being slammed by the JPC chairperson, BJP's Jagdamba Kapal, hitting out at Kalyan Banerjee, saying that he should present his views when the JPC meets on the Waqf board, Waqf Amendment Bill, and not this way, loosely making those comments in public. All right, viewers, we'll continue to get you more inputs on that, but right now it's time to slip into a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be getting you the latest on the Sambhal row after Samajwadi Party. Congress delegation en route Sambhal blocked by police, leaders detained.
सॉरी डॉक्टर। मनी, सफीना, शादी कैसी चल रही है?
मैं बताएगी। आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग। इतना पहाड़ों के साथ गुलू करेगा तो धोपतुएंगी ना इसको।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर, मैं उड़ना चाहता हूँ, दौड़ना चाहता हूँ, बस इस घर में रुकना नहीं चाहता।
बट क्यों?
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया। I don't feel safe.
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना, बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Now, US President Joe Biden pardoned his son, Hunter Biden, for a range of federal felony gun and tax convictions, reversing his past promises not to use the extraordinary powers of his presidency for the benefit of his family members. Hunter Biden was convicted of 3 felonies in June for purchasing a gun in 2018. He was set to stand trial in September, but agreed to plead guilty to misdemeanor and felony charges in a surprise move just hours after jury selection was set to begin. Protesters gathered outside Georgia's parliament, setting bins alight and throwing fireworks at police in Tbilisi. Now, police were seen deploying water cannons and using tear gas in an attempt to clear the protesters. Demonstrations have swept the capital and across the country as people rail against the government's decision to suspend negotiations to join the European Union. Six persons were injured after an explosion took place inside a house in Missouri's Jefferson City. 3 of the victims are in critical condition and are receiving critical life support. Investigators are probing the cause of the explosion. Meanwhile, the house was completely damaged due to the explosion, with the wooden structures and home appliances scattered across the surrounding area. Australian police seized a record 2.3 tons of cocaine worth over $500 million and arrested 13 people in raids after the suspect's boat broke down off the coast of Queensland. The drugs were transported from an unidentified South American country. The arrest followed a month-long investigation after a tip-off that a gang was planning a multi-ton smuggling operation.
Seized more than 2.3 tons of cocaine, and what we believe is the largest ever seizure of the drug in Australia. The AFP seized the drugs on Saturday night after successfully disrupting an alleged plot by a transnational organised crime syndicate attempting to import the cocaine into Australia via a C2C transfer off the coast of Queensland. The AFP and the Queensland Police Service have been jointly investigating this matter for the past month, following intelligence being received that an alleged criminal syndicate with links to the Comanchero outlaw motorcycle gang we're planning a multi-tonne cocaine import off the coast of Queensland.
And viewers, we'll get you the latest coming in from Delhi, as the Delhi Chalo March of the farmers has now resumed and the Delhi-Noida highway has been blocked. Republic TV reporting from Ground Zero, getting you all the latest on that. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
The Champions Trophy hosting debacle has taken several twists and turns as suspense over the schedule remains. To determine a result, the ICC is taking measures to finalize the timetable and has been in talks with the boards to find a solution. Amid the ongoing fiasco, it appears that the PCB has finally relented and is willing to accept the hybrid model for the Champions Trophy. One of Pakistan Cricket Board Chairman Mohsin Naqvi's recent moves has generated a lot of talk as the debate over the schedule for the Champions Trophy continues. As calls for the hybrid model over the Champions Trophy 25 have picked up steam, reports suggest that the PCB chief Mohsin Naqvi has met the Emirates Cricket Board chief Mubashir Usmani in Dubai. Both of them have reportedly discussed the hybrid model for the upcoming marquee ICC tournament, which is expected to take place from February to March in 2025. According to reports, Usmani was informed by PCB chief Naqvi that all preparations were on track and that Pakistan was prepared to host the Champions Trophy.
President Rajiv Gandhi an investigation into violation of currency control laws, that is, hidden assets being taken out of India that were in contravention of the laws, or convening the laws.
2017 Republic interview reopens the Bofors case. CBI to seek details from investigator Michael Hirschman to send letter. File report by 11th of February. US blocks CBI probe in Bofors case. Multiple letters sent between 2023 and 24 for assistance, but US says they need more time.
This is over. This drama is over long ago. तुम CBI भेजो, ABC भेजो, कुछ नहीं निकलने वाले. ये सब कहानियां हैं. These are known as diversionary tactic. सारा देश विदेश अडानी बोल रही है. यहाँ क्या बोफर कितने पुराना है बोफर का केस?
Congress on the back foot as Republic interview opens Bofors case. Congress says why not talk about Adani? TMC's Muslim appeasement on display. MP Kalyan Banerjee says if Muslims offer namaz on land, then it becomes waqf property. After Samajwadi Party, Congress delegation en route Sambhal blocked, leaders detained. Russian President Vladimir Putin receives invitation to visit India from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Kremlin says dates for his visit will be set in early 2025. Very good morning, very good afternoon to all of you who are watching Republic TV Live and Breaking with me, Kriti Mehta, at 2:30 p.m. Viewers, let's tell you that the population debate has opened once again. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat has now brought the population debate to the forefront during a public meeting in Nagpur. He raised concerns about the declining population, warning that a drop below 2.1% could spell disaster for society. Now, Mohan Bhagwat called on the people to reproduce more than 2 or 3 children. Following this, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has hit out at the RSS chief. Take a listen in.
तो हम मोहन भगवत जी से पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि बच्चे पैदा करने के लिए वो क्या लोगों को देंगे, क्या कुछ देंगे? अकाउंट में डालेंगे 1500 रुपए, जो बच्चे ज्यादा पैदा करेगा उसको 1500 बढ़ के मिलेंगे? नहीं, औलाद पैदा करो कुछ स्कीम निकालेंगे क्या? ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं। TFR रेट हर कम्युनिटी का गिरा है। सबसे ज्यादा TFR रेट गिरा है रिलीजन वाइज मुसलमानों का, मगर अभी भी हिंदू समुदाय का TFR रेट वो मुसलमानों में फर्क है। अब मगर ये जो स्टेटमेंट आज बोल रहे हैं कि आप जो बोल रहे हैं अगर वो सच है और आप सच ही बोलेंगे कि बच्चे पैदा करो, तो मोहन भगवत जी को बोलना चाहिए कि जैसा यहाँ पर लाडली बहना का स्कीम में कितना 1500 रुपए दे रहे ना, तो आप एक स्कीम निकाल लो कि जो इतने बच्चे पैदा करेंगे उसके अकाउंट में हम लोग 2000 डालेंगे, कितना डालेंगे, क्या डालेंगे वो डिसाइड कर लो।
And we're getting in some statements from the opposition as well on the remarks made by the RSS chief. Listen into those as well.
एक सवाल सर मोहन भागवत पर, सर संचालक आरएसएस के कह रहे हैं कि फर्टिलिटी रेट बहुत कम हो गया है, ऐसे में 3 बच्चे पैदा करें तभी फर्टिलिटी रेट बढ़ेगा, वरना हालात दूसरे देशों जैसे हो जाएंगे।
लगता आजकल उनकी पट नहीं रही मोदी जी से, तभी तो अखबारों में बयान दे रहे हैं।
मोहन भागवत कह रहे हैं कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा बच्चे पैदा करो, 3 बच्चे पैदा करो, फर्टिलिटी रेट कम हो गया है।
प्रचारकों पे से पाबंदी हटाएं, जो शादी करने पे प्रचारकों के पाबंदी है, संघ प्रचारकों के, उसको हटा लेना चाहिए।
And we're also getting in some reactions from the BJP on the comment. Let's show you those as well.
एक और बात, सर संचालक मोहन भागवत कह रहे हैं कि 3 बच्चे पैदा करें क्योंकि पॉपुलेशन क्राइसिस है। असदुद्दीन ओवैसी उनको कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग कब शादी करेंगे, आप लोग ये बताइए, 1500 रुपए क्या आप देंगे?
ओवैसी जी 1500 रुपए क्या, 15 रुपए के लिए कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, ये उनका अधिकार है। और ओवैसी जी कितने बच्चे पैदा करते हैं ये हम लोग का तो हस्तक्षेप है नहीं, वो खूब जश्न मनाए, खुशी मनाए, क्योंकि उनको गरीबों की चिंता तो है नहीं, क्योंकि उनके पास तो अथाह संपत्ति है और उस संपत्ति का प्रयोग तो वो दर्जनों बच्चों के लिए कर सकते हैं। लेकिन भारत की जो व्यवस्था के संदर्भ में लोगों की चिंता है, जो प्रजनन रेट है, दर है, वो 2.1 के आसपास पहुंची है। ये प्रतिस्थापन दर से नीचे जा रही है, और जब प्रतिस्थापन दर से प्रजनन दर नीचे जाती है, और ख़ासतौर से हिंदुओं की जो 3.4 थी कुछ समय पहले 1990 के आसपास का आंकड़ा देखो आप, और आज वो 1.9 के आसपास पहुंच गई है। ये चिंता का विषय है कि भारत भी जापान और चाइना की तरीके से बूढ़ा देश न बन जाए, जो आज नौजवान देश है। पहले लोग 2 बच्चों की तरफ थे, अब 1 बच्चा, और अब तो तमाम परिवार ऐसे हैं जो बच्चा पैदा ही नहीं करना चाहते। तो ये एक चिंता का विषय है।
And we're getting in multiple reactions, views on the statements made by Mohan Bhagwat. Even Rachna Reddy goes on to say that having a healthy population is not politics, condemning the remarks made by the opposition, including AIMM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, on the statement of Bhagwat calling for Hindus to have In fact, cutting across to a breaking news now, this one in connection to the Waqf Amendment Bill. Now, the BJP leader and JPC chairman Jagdambika Pal has criticized TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee for making public remarks on Waqf issues, stating that as a JPC member, Banerjee should present his views within the committee instead of making statements publicly. Now, this comes after the TMC MP said that any location where Muslims offer namaz could be considered Waqf land, including public spaces like roads and parks. First, listen to that statement by Jagdambika Pal.
एक तो कल्याण बनर्जी जी तृणमूल कांग्रेस की तरफ से ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी के मेंबर हैं, और उन्हें कम से कम ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी में अपने व्यूज को देना चाहिए, न कि उन्हें को बाहर इस तरह के बयान देने चाहिए। आखिर 1995 का जो वक्फ बिल है, प्रिंसिपल एक्ट है, उस प्रिंसिपल एक्ट में भी कहाँ है कि अगर कहीं कोई नमाज पढ़ ली गई तो वक्फ भी हो जाएगी। वक्फ बाय यूजर अगर है तो वक्फ बाय यूजर में कि अगर कहीं मस्जिद है, कहीं ईदगाह है, और जहाँ पे लगातार नमाज पढ़ी जाती हो, तो वो उस पर वक्फ का भी प्रॉपर्टी होने की एक प्रक्रिया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरह से उनका ये बयान है और उसके बाद तृणमूल कांग्रेस या उनकी सरकार अभी इस ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी के सामने, अगर पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में ये बिल पेंडिंग है तो इस समय अगर वहाँ की सरकार इस वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल के खिलाफ रेजोल्यूशन ला रही है तो ये तो एक पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी पे हमला है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी को रेफर कर दिया है जिसमें उनकी पार्टी के खुद मेंबर हैं, तो जब तक कि उसकी रिपोर्ट ना आ जाए और वो सदन में प्रस्तुत ना हो जाए, उससे पहले अगर ममता बनर्जी जिस तरह से बिल ला रही उनकी सरकार, तो इससे साफ है कि वो केवल तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करना चाहते हैं।
And I'm going across to Kishla, my colleague, joining us live from Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishla, why would Kalyan Banerjee make such remarks, such communal remarks? Is he aiming for appeasement of a particular community once again?
Well, the BJP has hit out saying so. Of course, the BJP is saying that the remark of Kalyan Banerjee, whatever he has said, is completely out of sync with what the general population of the country and West Bengal thinks. Kalyan Banerjee, in fact, came out saying that wherever 20, 25, 5 people will be offering namaz for a few days, that property, that area will be termed as Waqf property. Now, this is BJP is saying completely blatant exposition. The TMC is completely and blatantly exposed, and how they communally divide West Bengal and how they appease the Muslims is very clear in this statement. After that, we saw that back-to-back statements came from BJP. In fact, Shukanto Mojumdar spoke to Republic Bangla saying that this is the reason that the Waqf law is being reconsidered by the central government, because such statements keep coming from political quarters, especially from the ones who keep appeasing the Muslims, keep appeasing the minority community for mere vote bank. Even the BJP is saying, in fact, BJP General Secretary of West Bengal, Jagannath Chatterjee, came out to say that West Bengal's Hindus will be displaced and they have to run away to other states if such trend continues. So BJP has hit out to such statement, outrageous statement in fact, and now JPC chairman has also come out saying that whatever Kalyan Banerjee is saying should be put forth in front of the committee and not in public view. And also he has completely made it clear that the Waqf bill brought in by West Bengal government, which they plan to bring in this session, is completely an attack on parliamentary democracy, because it is an issue that needs to be taken care of by the centre, and the parliament is rightful in doing so, but not the state assemblies. And whatever Mamata Banerjee is trying to do in the state assembly by altering or presenting as in the form of Waqf bill is actually a form of appeasement that Mamata Banerjee is doing. That is being made clear by the BJP here as well.
Absolutely, Kishla. In fact, let's show our viewers the statements that have come in from the BJP on Kalyan Banerjee's remarks.
My opinion is it would be started from his house only.
His house, you mean?
Yes, his house means where he lives. That should be considered as Waqf, under Waqf.
Sir, how will this controversial statement should be seen? In which light it should be seen?
He is a controversial man, you know. He makes so many fans in the parliament also. We have seen several times. We have observed several times. He is just creating to highlight himself. Nothing but that.
So we have already seen that how Waqf has illegally occupied several land in the country of railways, defence and everywhere. Now this is statement by Kalyan Banerjee. Do you also believe that this could be the official statement of TMC?
I don't know. This may be official or not, but he is a renowned person from the TMC, and he is also a renowned MP, and he belongs to a TMC only. So his statement can be considered as his party's also.
So you believe that such controversial statements, so the first his house land should go as a Waqf land?
This is my opinion, that it has been it is not for just like anything. It is there is definitely there was any intent behind that.
And let's take a quick check of the headlines at the moment. Big statement by Navy Chief says Pakistan Navy surprisingly growing with China's support, claims in the Navy Chief. Fireworks over Bhagwat's population pitch. Owaisi leads attack on the RSS chief. Anger spills to the streets pan-India against a Yunus administration. VVGHP stage protest at Jantar Mantar. Prime Minister Modi to watch the Sabarmati Report movie on 2002 Godhra incident at 4 p.m. this evening. And viewers, amid rising cases of atrocities against the minorities in Bangladesh, the Yunus regime has restricted ISKCON members from travelling to India despite having valid travel documents. More than 50 ISKCON members were turned back from the border, citing absence of government permission. Meanwhile, opposition is mounting pressure on the centre to intervene. Take a look.
Days after the Yunus government started a crackdown on minorities in Bangladesh, arresting religious leaders and freezing their bank accounts, it has now put a travel ban on ISKCON members, barring 54 of them from crossing into India despite having valid travel documents. The development comes amid growing chorus for peace and minority rights in Bangladesh.
We want justice!
बांग्लादेश में जिस तरह से कट्टरपंथी हादी है, हिंदुओं पे अत्याचार कर रहा है, संतों को बंद कर दिया गया है, भारत सरकार ने कड़ी फटकार लगाई है, लेकिन दुनिया के लोगों को भी अब बांग्लादेश में हस्तक्षेप करना चाहिए.
Mamata Banerjee-led TMC is proposing to raise the issue of atrocities against Hindus in the parliament.
मैं आज कोशिश करेंगे स्पीकर साहब को परमिशन लेके हाउस में ये विषय उठाने के लिए. मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि मिनिस्टर ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स से मिनिस्टर खुद आके आज कुछ बयान दिया जाए.
Congress too is drawing attention towards the arrest of religious leaders in Bangladesh.
सरकार को चाहिए कि सरकार इसके ऊपर सख्ती के साथ एक्शन लेने का काम करे, बांग्लादेश के राजदूत को बुला के सख्त कर निर्देशित करने का काम करे, और बांग्लादेश अगर नहीं मानते तो बांग्लादेश के साथ व्यापारिक रिश्ते खत्म करने की बात करे.
With the opposition mounting pressure on the government, will the Modi government step in?
It's time now for a very quick break on this bulletin, but stay tuned, viewers, as 2017 Republic interview reopens the Bofors case. CBI to seek details from investigator Michael Hirschman to send letter rogatory, file a report by February 11. back, viewers. Now the Bofors case has gained renewed momentum as the CBI reopens its investigations 7 years after an interview by Republic TV brought fresh details to light. Now the agency has sought crucial information from Michael Hirschman, the investigator featured in the 2017 interview, and plans to issue a letter rogatory. Now the CBI, citing critical information already shares, aims to bring and file a detailed report by 11 February. We bring you snippets from the 2017 Republic exclusive interview. Take a look.
Large transactions that it looked to us to be not currency control law violations, but bribes for arms deals. Well, first let me say that when you're conducting an investigation into asset tracing, money laundering, illegal transfer of funds, you never know what you're going to turn up. Because I think that there are still very powerful politicians in this country that are at risk of being identified as having taken Bofors money.
And Republic also spoke to the Bofor petitioner Ajay Agarwal. Listen in.
You allude to certain evidence that is against the Congress government. What is the nature of this evidence, and perhaps if you could share with us some details of the evidence that you have referred to in the plea that was first filed by you and thereafter taken up once again back in 2017?
In fact, there was a committee of purchase, and it was headed by the Army General, the General of the Army that time, and other people, and they all have, in fact, recommended the SOFMA gun, in fact. Even then, after that, Bofors was chosen because Ottavio Cotrocci was the middleman who has dealt with the then Rajiv Gandhi government, and the file, within 2 days, the file was cleared. File has gone to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister was looking after the Defense Ministry that time, Shri Rajiv Gandhi. And within 2 days, that file was cleared, and Bofors, the government has decided to purchase Bofors instead of SOFMA, whose target is very lengthy, very high, and which is very cheap also. And they are giving technology also to Indian government to develop, to manufacture in India. But still they have chosen Bofors. So it was a big scam which was occurred. It was said that it is a 64 crore scam. It was around that time more than 250 crore scam, in fact. It is not a 64 crore scam. So all things needs to be probed, and people of the country are still waiting that what happened in the Bofors case, and they have not come to know. So every citizen has a right to know what happened in the Bofors case, which was a scam, as given for the first time. Bofors scam was given for the first time in this case. Earlier it was called a scandal, but a scam means it's the biggest scandal which was occurred that time, biggest scandal of the time. So it has named as a scam, Bofors scam. So it has to be worked out. Whatever the details which are available with the CBI, they should peruse those. They should brought before the Supreme Court or on its own. Now they are requesting the US government for Mr. Michael Hirschman. Michael Hirschman himself came in 2017 when the Republic broke out the big story about the Michael Hirschman. That time government took the cognizance, in fact, and filed the SLP, in fact, before the Supreme Court. But that time also I have written to the director of the CBI that instead of filing, because it is very much delayed, instead of filing, you have to file a reply in my case. Supreme Court has already issued CBI notice, because CBI is also a party in my case, respondent. But CBI has not filed even a single paper in my case, in fact. That instead of filing the SLP, the CBI could have said everything in my appeal, which is pending before the Supreme Court. And that's what the Supreme Court said that time in its order. That you file whatever you have, you file this case in the pending petition of Mr. Ajay Agarwal, and then we will take up the case. Otherwise, it is too much delay, and on the question of delay, they have dismissed the appeal of the CBI that time.
And moving on, viewers, the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force conducted an integrated firepower exercise called Kharga Shakti. Now, the exercise was carried out in Ambala to practice and validate the synchronized delivery of firepower by a strike corps. The exercise emphasized complete integration with surveillance resources and various air power assets of the Indian Air Force. It also highlighted the strengths of the Indian Army, marking a critical milestone in the operational preparedness of the Kharga Corps. Take a look.
All stations. Vijay. I see again. Vijay. Over.
Russian President Vladimir Putin receives invitation to visit India from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Kremlin says dates for his visit will be set early 2025. Stay tuned to Republic. It's time now for a very quick break, but we come back with more details on the other side.
The Champions Trophy hosting debacle has taken several twists and turns as suspense over the schedule remains. To determine a result, the ICC is taking measures to finalize the timetable and has been in talks with the boards to find a solution. Amid the ongoing fiasco, it appears that the PCB has finally relented and is willing to accept the hybrid model for the Champions Trophy. One of Pakistan Cricket Board Chairman Mohsin Naqvi's recent moves has generated a lot of talk as the debate over the schedule for the Champions Trophy continues. As calls for the hybrid model over the Champions Trophy 25 have picked up steam, reports suggest that the PCB chief Mohsin Naqvi has met the Emirates Cricket Board chief Mubashir Usmani in Dubai. Both of them have reportedly discussed the hybrid model for the upcoming marquee ICC tournament, which is expected to take place from February to March in 2025. According to reports, Usmani was informed by PCB chief Naqvi that all preparations were on track and that Pakistan was prepared to host the Champions Trophy. Currently, the PCB chief is in Dubai for the ICC board meeting, which briefly took place on Friday to finalize the schedule for the tournament. During the meeting, Naqvi also stated that all teams would receive state-level security and that the situation in Pakistan.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, you're watching live and breaking at 3 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Our top focus remains on the raging population debate that was raked up by RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, where OSC AIMIM chief has now responded to it. We'll get you all those reactions on that top story and more breaking news that will be followed on that top story. But before that, here's a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at this hour. The 2017 Republic interview reopens Bofo's case. CBI to seek details from investigator Michael Hirschman. United States blocks CBI probe in Bofo's case. Multiple letters sent between 2023 and 2024 for assistance, but US says they need more time.
This is over. This drama is over long ago. तुम CBI भेजो, ABC भेजो, कुछ नहीं निकलने वाले. ये सब कहानियां हैं. These are known as diversionary tactic. सारा देश विदेश अडानी बोल रही है. यहाँ क्या बोफर कितने पुराना है बोफर का केस?
Congress on the back foot as Republic interview reopens the Bofors case. Congress says, why not talk about Adani? TMC's Muslim appeasement on display. MP Kalyan Banerjee says if Muslims offer namaz on a land, then it becomes the Waqf property. After Samajwadi Party, Congress delegation en route Sambhal blocked, leaders detained. Russian President Vladimir Putin receives invitation to visit India from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Kremlin says dates for visit will be set in the early 2025. Right, we have breaking news coming in from Maharashtra where we learn that Nirmala Sitharaman and Vijay Rupani have been appointed as central observers for Maharashtra. Aishwarya joins us on the phone line. Aishwarya, please share more details on the same.
Absolutely, this has just happened after an hour-long meeting between the BJP National President Jagat Prakash Nadda and the Prime Minister in the Parliament. Right after that meeting, it has been decided that the Finance Minister herself and the former Chief Minister of Gujarat have been appointed as the national observers. Both are said to be in direct touch with the Prime Minister, and they are going to be observers in Maharashtra. The meeting, which was scheduled for late night tonight in Delhi between Ajit Pawar, Devendra Fadnavis and Amit Shah, has been postponed for now. So the decision will be taken in Maharashtra and not in Delhi, that who is going to be the leader of the BJP legislative party. If sources are to be believed, it makes roads for Devendra Fadnavis easier, with Nirmala Sitharaman and Vijay Rupani being chosen as national observers. As far as the BJP is concerned, every political party has their internal politics, and BJP is no different. But at this point of time, it seems as if Devendra Fadnavis could have his way very, very comfortably moving on with Nirmala Sitharaman and Vijay Rupani. And this has directly happened after the intervention of the Prime Minister in that hour-long meeting between the Prime Minister and the BJP National President. It's Nirmala Sitharaman and Vijay Rupani in Maharashtra tonight itself, and the decision is to be taken in Maharashtra, in Delhi on this now.
Right, Aishwarya. Also, what we learn is that Eknath Shinde has cancelled all meetings that were scheduled today, keeping in mind the doctor's advice that his health is not supportive of keeping the meetings in the Mahayuti camp. We learn that the observers will be in Maharashtra tomorrow or day after. Are we expecting an official announcement on the chief ministerial phase then? All right, we seem to have lost that line with Aishwarya, but that's the latest that's coming in from the state of Maharashtra. Now, dozens of ISKCON members who had valid travel documents were turned back by Bangladeshi's immigration police from Benapole border crossing when they were tried to cross India. Now, the 54 members, including devotees from various districts, arrived at the checkpost on Saturday night and Sunday morning. However, even after waiting for hours for permission, they were informed their travel was not authorized. Local media reported that the Bangladesh police did not allow them to proceed, citing suspicious travel. So that's the latest that's coming in as far as the atrocities on Hindus is concerned in Bangladesh. Remember, Hindu phobia is on the rise. We're getting in several reactions on that story. Let's listen in.
सुकांता मजुमदार इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद है। सुकांता जी, जिस तरह से बांग्लादेश में हिंदू सीयर्स को इंडिया नहीं आने दिया जा रहा है, वीजा होने के बावजूद ये एट्रोसिटीज बढ़ गई हैं।
देखिए, बांग्लादेश में हर रोज एट्रोसिटीज हो रही है, बहुत ही मतलब खराब स्थिति है। हम चाहते हैं कि बांग्लादेश इससे उभरे और हिंदू मॉन्ग के साथ, हिंदुओं के साथ जो एट्रोसिटीज हो रही है वो बंद होनी चाहिए।
बांग्लादेश में जिस तरह से कट्टरपंथी हावी है, हिंदुओं पे अत्याचार कर रहा है, उन्हें वैधानिक तरीके से आने की भी छूट नहीं दी जा रही है, संतों को बंद कर दिया गया है, उसका भी पता नहीं है। भारत सरकार ने कड़ी फटकार लगाई है, लेकिन दुनिया के लोगों को भी अब बांग्लादेश में हस्तक्षेप करना चाहिए।
I'm joined by RJD लीडर मनोज झा। मनोज जी, बांग्लादेश का मुद्दा जो है धीरे धीरे गर्माता जा रहा है। काफी सारे हिंदू सीयर्स हैं जिनको इंडिया नहीं आने दिया जा रहा है, वीजा है उनके पास।
नहीं, मैं एकमात्र चीज जो कहना चाहता हूँ, बेहद दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, लेकिन ये सवाल कायदे से प्रधानमंत्री जी के पास जाना चाहिए था, लेकिन भटक के मेरे पास आ गया, तो मैं ही जवाब दे देता हूँ। दक्षिण एशिया एक भूभाग था, एक मुल्क में, एक देश में अगर हमने ये तय नहीं किया कि माइनॉरिटीज के साथ कैसा व्यवहार हो, तो घृणा और नफरत को वीजा नहीं चाहिए होता है।
लेकिन वहाँ पे जो हिंदूज पे लगातार अटैक हो रहा है,
बात ही नहीं समझी।
सुना सर,
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, वहाँ अटैक हो रहा है। हम कम से कम बड़ा निजाम पेश करते ना, बड़ी लकीर खींचते। लोग कहते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान की तरह माइनॉरिटीज पे बात करो, वो नहीं कर पा रहे हैं ना।
टीएमसी नेता सुदीप बंदोपाध्याय हमारे साथ है। सुदीप जी, जिस तरह से बांग्लादेश में जो हिंदू सीयर्स हैं उनको अब हिंदुस्तान नहीं आने दिया जा रहा है कि वीजा होने के बावजूद उनको उनके अपने देश नहीं जाने दे रहे हैं बांग्लादेश अथॉरिटी।
मैं आज कोशिश करेंगे स्पीकर साहब को परमिशन लेके हाउस में ये विषय उठाने के लिए। मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि मिनिस्टर ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स से मिनिस्टर खुद आके आज कुछ बयान दिया जाए। और हमारे पार्टी का स्टैंड है, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री ने बता दिया कि देश में हम लोग जब कोई अंतर्जातिक विषय पर कोई विषय आएंगे तो हम लोग केंद्रीय सरकार को साथ देंगे। तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया कैन रिमेन एश्योर्ड दैट वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नमेंट विल firmly stand beside them. But the issue is to be tabled, and we are keen to know from External Affairs Minister that what is the actual position in Bangladesh now.
कांग्रेस नेता इमरान मसूद इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद है। इमरान जी, बांग्लादेश का मुद्दा अहम मुद्दा है क्योंकि एक तो संतों पर जो पाबंदियां है वो लगाई जा रही है और आपने एडजर्नमेंट मोशन भी दिया है इस पर, बांग्लादेश के मुद्दे पर।
हाँ, मैंने दिया है। देखिए, हम लोग चाहते हैं कि चर्चा हो इसके ऊपर, और सरकार को चाहिए कि सरकार इसके ऊपर सख्ती के साथ एक्शन लेने का काम करे, बांग्लादेश के राजदूत को बुला के सख्त कर निर्देशित करने का काम करे, और बांग्लादेश अगर नहीं मानता तो बांग्लादेश के साथ व्यापारिक रिश्ते खत्म करने की बात करे। हम ऐसे मुल्क के साथ क्या करेंगे जहाँ के अल्पसंख्यकों के साथ इतना जुल्म होने का काम हो रहा। हम तो अपने देश में भी अल्पसंख्यकों की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, पड़ोस में भी अल्पसंख्यकों की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं।
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a raging debate over population, and this after Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh Chief Mohan Bhagwat stressed the importance of family, saying that a society will perish if its population growth rate falls below 2.1. He pointed out that population imbalances between communities can affect geographical boundaries and must not be ignored. Now, today, a war of words have broken out between the BJP and AIMM chief Asaduddin Owaisi over Bhagwat's recent statement. Taking a dig at the remark, Owaisi questioned whether the RSS chief would give 1,500 rupees to people who have more children. Listen in to the reactions that we have coming in on this story. First, let's listen in to what Mohan Bhagwat has said, followed by which we'll get to that reaction from AIMM chief Asaduddin Owaisi.
संख्येचा उल्लेख झाला, जनसंख्या कमी होते भरकीता चिंतेचा विषय आहे। त्याचं कारण हे शास्त्र, लोकसंख्या शास्त्र जे आधुनिक असं सांगतं की 2.1 च्या खाली जायला लागलो तर तो समाजच नष्ट होतो, पृथ्वीच्या पाठीवर तो राहत नाही। कोणी त्याला मारेल असं नाही, तो काही नसलं संकट तरी तो समाज नष्ट होतो, पुढे चालत नाही। अनेक भाषा अशा नष्ट झाल्या, अनेक समाज असे नष्ट झाले। 2.1 च्या खाली येतात। आपल्या देशाची जनसंख्या नीति 1998 वगैरह।
तो हम मोहन भगवत जी से पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि बच्चे पैदा करने के लिए वो क्या लोगों को देंगे, क्या कुछ देंगे, अकाउंट में डालेंगे 1500 रुपए, जो बच्चे ज्यादा पैदा करेगा उसको 1500 बढ़ के मिलेंगे। नहीं, औलाद पैदा करो वो स्कीम निकालेंगे क्या? ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं। TFR रेट हर कम्युनिटी का गिरा है, सबसे ज्यादा TFR रेट गिरा है रिलीजन वाइज मुसलमानों का, मगर अभी भी हिंदू समुदाय का TFR रेट वो मुसलमानों में फर्क है। अब मगर ये जो स्टेटमेंट आज बोल रहे हैं कि आप जो बोल रहे हैं अगर वो सच है और आप सच ही बोलेंगे कि बच्चे पैदा करो, तो मोहन भगवत जी को बोलना चाहिए कि जैसा यहाँ पर लाडली बहना का स्कीम में कितना 1500 रुपए दे रहे ना, तो आप एक स्कीम निकाल लो कि जो इतने बच्चे पैदा करेंगे उसके अकाउंट में हम लोग 2000 डालेंगे, कितना डालेंगे, क्या डालेंगे, वो डिसाइड कर लो।
Now, the opposition, meanwhile, has said that such issues weaken the country and it should not be discussed. There are other important issues that the RSS and the BJP and the centre must focus on. Listen in to these reactions that we are getting in from the opposition.
एक सवाल सर मोहन भागवत पर। सर संचालक आरएसएस के कह रहे हैं कि फर्टिलिटी रेट बहुत कम हो गया है, ऐसे में 3 बच्चे पैदा करें तभी फर्टिलिटी रेट बढ़ेगा, वरना हालात दूसरे देशों जैसे हो जाएंगे।
लगता है आजकल उनकी पट नहीं रही मोदी जी से, तभी तो अखबारों में बयान दे।
एक सवाल सर मोहन भागवत पर। सर संचालक आरएसएस के कह रहे हैं कि फर्टिलिटी रेट बहुत कम हो गया है, ऐसे में 3 बच्चे पैदा करें तभी फर्टिलिटी रेट बढ़ेगा, वरना हालात दूसरे देशों जैसे हो जाएंगे।
लगता है आजकल उनकी पट नहीं रही मोदी जी से, तभी तो अखबारों में बयान।
मोहन भागवत कह रहे हैं कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा बच्चे पैदा करो, 3 बच्चे पैदा करो, फर्टिलिटी रेट कम हो गया है।
प्रचारकों पे से पाबंदी हटाएं, जो शादी करने पे प्रचारकों के पाबंदी है, संघ प्रचारकों के, उसको हटा लेना।
एक और बात, सर संचालक मोहन भागवत कह रहे हैं कि 3 बच्चे पैदा करें क्योंकि पॉपुलेशन क्राइसिस है। असदुद्दीन ओवैसी उनको कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग कब शादी करेंगे, आप लोग ये बताइए, 1500 रुपए क्या आप देंगे?
ओवैसी जी 1500 रुपए क्या 15 रुपए के लिए कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, ये उनका अधिकार है। और ओवैसी जी कितने बच्चे पैदा करते हैं ये हम लोग का तो हस्तक्षेप है नहीं, वो खूब जश्न मनाए, खुशी मनाए, क्योंकि उनको गरीबों की चिंता तो है नहीं, क्योंकि उनके पास तो अथाह संपत्ति है और उस संपत्ति का प्रयोग तो वो दर्जनों बच्चों के लिए कर सकते हैं। लेकिन भारत की जो व्यवस्था के संदर्भ में लोगों की चिंता है, जो प्रजनन रेट है, दर है, वो 2.1 के आसपास पहुंची है। ये प्रतिस्थापन दर से नीचे जा रही है, और जब प्रतिस्थापन दर से प्रजनन दर नीचे जाती है, और ख़ासतौर से हिंदुओं की जो 3.4 थी कुछ समय पहले 1990 के आसपास का आंकड़ा देखो आप, और आज वो 1.9 के आसपास पहुंच गई है। ये चिंता का विषय है कि भारत भी जापान और चाइना की तरीके से बूढ़ा देश न बन जाए, जो आज नौजवान देश है। पहले लोग 2 बच्चों की तरफ थे, अब 1 बच्चा, और अब तो तमाम परिवार ऐसे हैं जो बच्चा पैदा ही नहीं करना चाहते। तो ये एक चिंता का विषय है।
And we have breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the statement given by Kalyan Banerjee, where he had said that a piece of land would qualify as waqf property if Muslims offered namaz on it. This was the statement that was given by TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee. Republic, after confronting him, he stays firm on his statement. He says that the waqf bill is used against Muslims. That's the latest that's coming in from TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee. So this TMC MP goes on for a Muslim appeasement, full display of Muslim appeasement by TMC MP, and later on he defends his remarks saying that the waqf bill is against Muslims. Listen in to that conversation that my colleague Harsha has had with TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee.
My whole speech on Saturday for nearly 45 minutes was concerned about the Muslim property. Was about the Muslim property, no other property.
You mentioned roads and parks also.
I am coming. No, I have not. In the either I will allow me to speak. Otherwise, you please raise your question. Yes. I have not said about the road and parks, etc. I said, you see, it is not my saying. It is a Supreme Court judgment. Supreme Court judgment is saying, this is a judgment of 1962 Supreme Court, paragraph 30 of the judgment. Where prayers have been once offered, it is not necessary to prove an express dedication. The very fact of the prayers being offered in it will imply a valid and good dedication. Paragraph 39 says, even if there is no actual delivery of possession, the mere fact that members of the Mohammedan public are permitted to offer prayers with the Azan and Iqamat, the waqf is complete and irrevocable. If there is a private property of a Muslim, if he is dedicated to Allah, even if it is not registered, then if the namaz is prayed by the Mohammedan peoples, that would be treated as a waqf property. That is the Supreme Court judgment. 5 judges bench judgment. Until this judgment is set at naught, this would be law has to be treated.
BJP is saying that TMC in West Bengal wants to give the entire public space to the Muslim community. They want to change the demography completely of the state.
There are most foolish and worst peoples are in the Bengal BJP. And therefore, they can see in the cowl's beak the sign of gold. You have heard it that the Dilip Ghosh earlier made the statement. Most foolish persons belong to the BJP of West Bengal. They can say whatever they like. We are with all the peoples. We love Hindu, we love Muslim, we love Buddha, we love Christian. Everybody is respected.
JPC Chairman Jagdambika Pal has said that any statement regarding Waqf, Kalyan Banerjee should keep the points in the committee, not in the...
What should I do it or not, I know about it. JPC, I have not divulged anything about the JPC proceeding. But the Waqf bill is being discussed. BJP is making this statement against the Waqf bill against the Muslims also. Therefore, my party has taken a decision to address it, to have a protest rally against the Waqf bill. There I have said.
Now, opposition's bid to instigate Sambhal has been stalled completely today. First, it was the Samajwadi Party. Today, it was Congress. A scuffle broke out between police and Congress leaders outside Uttar Pradesh Congress office in Lucknow after the cops tried to block their visit to violence-hit Sambhal. The police stopped a Congress delegation led by President Ajay Rai when he was trying to leave from the party office to visit Sambhal. The opposition is claiming that the BJP is trying to mull their voice. And the BJP says that this is nothing but an instigation tactic by the opposition. Listen in to the reactions that's coming in.
चल रहे हैं आगे जहां तक अब चलेंगे और आगे बढ़ेंगे हम लोग बाहर पुलिस अरे फोर्स खड़ी है तो वहीं से आगे जहां तक जाने देंगे चलेंगे और उसके बाद आगे जब प्रतिबंध हटेगा तब जाएंगे जरूर कहेंगे कि चोट पर जाएंगे निकल रहे हैं आगे जहां तक अब चलेंगे और आगे बढ़ेंगे हम लोग बाहर पुलिस अरे फोर्स खड़ी है तो वहीं से आगे जहां तक जाने देंगे चलेंगे और उसके बाद आगे जब प्रतिबंध हटेगा तब जाएंगे जरूर कहेंगे कि चोट पर जाएंगे
समाजवादी पार्टी सांसद जिया और रहमान बग इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद है। जिया, संभल में रेस्ट्रिक्शन लगी है, 10 तारीख तक कोई जा नहीं सकता है, लेकिन फिर भी कांग्रेस और समाजवादी पार्टी का जो स्टेट डेलीगेशन है वो वहां पे जाने पे आमादा है। लगातार कह रहे हैं कि हम वहां पे जाके रहेंगे, भले प्रशासन रोक दे। ऐसा नहीं लगता माहौल खराब होगा?
माहौल खराब नहीं, पुलिस प्रशासन अपनी नाकामी पर, बल्कि नाकामी की अपनी साजिश पर पर्दा डालना चाहता है, इसलिए हम लोगों को वहां जाने से रोक रहे हैं। और हमारा जाने का मकसद वहां पर हालात को सुधारना है और ख़ास तौर से जो पीड़ित परिवार हैं उन लोगों को हमें उनके दुख दर्द में शरीक होना है, कुछ आर्थिक सहायता करनी है और उसके साथ साथ हमें एक रिपोर्ट बनानी है कि किस प्रकार हम अपने नेता माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष अखिलेश यादव जी को दे सकें कि किस तरह से वहाँ शासन के इशारे पर पुलिस प्रशासन ने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है और आगे की हम रणनीति तैयार कर सकें।
लेकिन आप नहीं मानते कि वहाँ जाने से जो राजनीति और गरमाएगी? लगातार ये कहा जाता है कि इस पूरे मुद्दे को राजनीतिक मुद्दा ना बनाया जाए, लेकिन आप लोग द्वारा बार बार ये कोशिश की जा रही है कि वहाँ पे जाएं। इससे आपके संसदीय क्षेत्र का माहौल खुद ही खराब होगा।
अगर ये लोग ये सोचते हैं कि हक और इंसाफ दिलाने के लिए इसको अगर ये राजनीति समझते हैं तो समझते रहें। हमारा मकसद सिर्फ और सिर्फ उनको हक दिलाना है, इंसाफ दिलाना है, उनके दुख दर्द को बांटना है और उसकी आगे के उनको इंसाफ दिलाने के लिए, इस लड़ाई को लड़ने के लिए एक रणनीति तैयार करनी है। हमारा मकसद कतई ये नहीं है और मैं इस चीज़ पर सफाई भी देना नहीं चाहता, क्योंकि माहौल ख़राब करने वाले ये लोग हैं। हम लोग तो माहौल को संभालना चाहते हैं।
इमरान जी, आप संभल की बात कर रहे थे, आप कह रहे थे रोका जा रहा है, लेकिन फिर भी हम जाएंगे।
राहुल जी भी जाएंगे। हाँ,
तो आज ही
नहीं, आज तो हम लोग जाएंगे। हमें रोक लेंगे तो फिर वापस जाएंगे, लेकिन जाएंगे वहाँ जरूर। राहुल जी भी जाएंगे।
लगातार ये बात वहाँ पे बीजेपी कह रही है कि जो सपा कांग्रेस का अमली जामा है वहाँ पे माहौल खराब करने की कोशिश कर रही है।
6 लोगों को मार दिया, फिर भी कह रहे हो? आपने मार तो दिया 6 लोगों को, 6 लोगों को मारा है।
एक और बात, इमरान जी, संभल का मुद्दा भी गरमाया हुआ है, लेकिन जिस तरह के बयान आ रहे हैं, असदुद्दीन ओवैसी कह रहे हैं जुम्मे की नमाज में ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग मस्जिद पहुंचे, आबाद रखो मस्जिद को, डरने की जरूरत बिल्कुल भी नहीं है।
तो मस्जिद गैर आबाद क्यों होनी चाहिए? मस्जिद तो आबाद रहनी चाहिए, मंदिर भी आबाद रहने चाहिए। मस्जिद मंदिर गैर
That's coming in from our sister channel Republic Bangla. And this is from Kolkata, where the BJP is staging massive protest. A protest rally is being organized at the at Kolkata, and this is in response to the atrocities on Hindus in Bangladesh. Remember, there is a clarion call for uniting Hindus against Hinduphobia, against the atrocities on Bangladeshi Hindus by the UNICEF regime. Visuals there on your screen that we are getting in from Kolkata, where the BJP, led by Suvendu Adhikari, is staging a protest rally. There are several spiritual leaders also that are joining him in this protest rally. They're protesting against the arrest of Chinmay Krishna Prabhu, ISKCON leader, who has been jailed for more than a week now, and there is no respite in his release. We are joined by Kishale from our sister channel Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishale, please share more details. What is this protest about? Where is it leading to?
This is Shubhendu Adhikari holding a massive protest, and all other Hindu organizations are also present. This is very close to the Bangladeshi border. In fact, this is the Bangladeshi border at Petrapol. Shubhendu Adhikari has decided, and they are all rallying towards the border in order to establish this demand that Chinmay Krishna Prabhu needs to be released as soon as possible. Also, apart from that, they are also demanding that how atrocities on Hindus of Bangladesh is continuing there. This needs to be stopped as soon as possible. So this is in Petrapol border, a few meters away from the border. Shubhendu Adhikari has decided to walk towards the border and then also to raise slogans, and they also have balloons with slogans written on it. So those balloons will be released as well, which will in course of time travel on the other side of the Bangladeshi border with those messages of Sanatanis. And Shubhendu Adhikari also made very important points, saying that if Chinmay Krishna Prabhu is not released very soon, then in the next week, 5 days of protest near the border will continue. So Shubhendu Adhikari has made it clear that this Petrapol border in this area, in the next week again, there will be a huge protest, and 5 days the border will be blocked if Chinmay Krishna Prabhu is not released, and if atrocities on Hindus is not stopped as soon as possible. These are live visuals coming from Petrapol border in West Bengal.
Right. Kishal, stay with us, because what I also want to know from you is that it's been over 5 days now when ISKCON monk Chinmay Krishna Prabhu is jailed by the UNICEF regime. There is no respite for him. What is the next course of legal action that ISKCON is mulling over this?
Well, a very tricky situation, a very unfortunate situation in Bangladesh is any lawyer who is trying to defend Chinmay Krishna Prabhu in the court, that particular lawyer, any lawyer, in fact 51 of them, they are being attacked. Their chambers are being vandalized, their families are being attacked. One advocate is in fact in the hospital fighting for his life. Radical Islamists are attacking lawyers because they are trying to defend Chinmay Krishna Prabhu. Apart from that, this is what is happening from the radical side. Apart from that, the government is trying to corner these lawyers as well. The government has slapped fake charges against all the lawyers who argued for Chinmay Krishna Prabhu. So at one hand, that hearing is uncertain. On the other hand, Shubhendu Adhikari continues to protest near the border, and we will be coming back with more live visuals and breaking news from Bangladesh and border areas where protests are happening after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
And we're getting in these visuals from the Petropol border in West Bengal, where the BJP is currently staging a massive protest after atrocities on Hindus in Bangladesh. There has been no action taken by the UNICEF government yet. There is no end to atrocities on Hindus in Bangladesh. And after the Hindu monk's arrest, BJP here demanding release of ISKCON monk Chinmay Krishnadas Prabhu, saying that if he is not released in next couple of days, BJP will stage protest for next 5 days in the Petropol border. Protest visuals there escalating, growing demand for Hindu unity against Hindu phobia. There is a clarion call, remember, ladies and gentlemen, where Hindus are uniting. They're giving a call for unification, and this is against the atrocities on Hindus. It's time to slip into a short break, but we'll keep getting you all those live updates from Kolkata, where the BJP is currently staging a mega protest against atrocities of Hindus in Bangladesh.
सॉरी डॉक्टर। मनी, सफीना, शादी कैसी चल रही है?
मैं बताएगी। आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग। इतना पहाड़ों के साथ गुलू गुलू करेगा तो थोपतुएंगी ना इसको।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर, मैं उड़ना चाहता हूँ, दौड़ना चाहता हूँ, बस इस घर में रुकना नहीं चाहता। बट क्यों? उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया। I don't feel safe.
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना, बदतमीजी। समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Republic interview reopens Bofors case. CBI to seek details from investigator Michael Hirschman. United States blocks CBI probe in Bofors case. Multiple letters sent between 2023 and 2024 for assistance, but United States says there is more time needed.
This is over. This drama is over. Longer को तुम CBI भेजो, ABC भेजो, कुछ नहीं निकलने वाले। ये सब कहानियां हैं। These are known as diversionary tactic. सारा देश विदेश अडानी बोल रही है, यहाँ क्या बोफर कितने पुराना है बोफर का केस?
Congress on the back foot as Republic interview reopens Bofors case. Congress says, why not talk about Adani? TMC's Muslim appeasement on display. MP Kalyan Banerjee says if Muslims offer namaz on a land, then it becomes waqf property. After Samajwadi Party Congress delegation en route, Sambhal blocked, leaders detained. Russian President Vladimir Putin receives invitation to visit India from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Kremlin says dates for his visit will be set in early 2025. And First up, we cut across to breaking news coming in. We are learning from our sources that Dubai is all set to host the Champions Trophy India versus Pakistan match. PCB chief met with Emirates Cricket Board secretary on Saturday, and in all likelihood, this is the decision that they arrived at, where Dubai would now be the place to host Champions Trophy India versus Pakistan match. Rakshita will join us from the newsroom to take us through the details of what we've picked up so far, and also when a formal announcement on the same is expected. But it's important to understand whether India will be on the same page, because we're learning that this was a meeting that happened on Saturday, where PCB chief had met with Emirates Cricket Board secretary, and the two had discussed the same. India has made its position amply clear that India will not go to Pakistan for the match, especially after the tactics that Pakistan was up to in order to provoke India, while India has cited security reasons to the ICC. We are learning that top sources are saying that Dubai might be the place where this match will be hosted. Rakshita is with us on the phone line. Over to you, Rakshita. From what we are picking up from our sources on this.
Everybody does know that Pakistan has no option but to give in to the hybrid model, but to accept the hybrid model. Otherwise, the risk will be of the entire tournament moving out of Pakistan, and that is something the PCB cannot afford, Tarisha. And the latest we know is that the schedule might be out very soon. It could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be also after the broadcast meeting reportedly set to happen on Thursday. So that is something that remains to be seen as to, because the broadcasters issue is something that is very important. And right now what we know is that there was no meeting as such on on Saturday that was supposed to reconvene, but we do know that Pakistan has accepted the hybrid model, and now what Pakistan will be trying to is get more incentives from the ICC, and perhaps that's what it wanted, and it was trying to be adamant while it was while it was negotiating at the meeting with the ICC and the BCCI. Also, there are reports coming in unconfirmed, but yes, the PCB is trying to put in a condition, and it wants to call it a fusion model, maybe playing into nomenclature, not wanting it to call a hybrid model but wanting to call it a fusion model, that from here on, for the next few years, that the ICC events taking place in India, Pakistan will not come to India, and India versus Pakistan matches will happen on neutral venue. But right now the task at hand for the ICC is as to when will the Champions Trophy schedule and venue be announced, and most likely India matches will be held in Dubai or any neutral venue.
You know, Rakshita, it is just a sorry state of affairs for Pakistan, and how desperately they've tried the one-upmanship in this entire controversy, which has not happened even once. Now also they're forced to give in to what India is saying, and they are trying every possible attempt to save face, only to face a setback again.
I didn't hear your question, Tanisha, but let me just tell our viewers that Dubai is all set to host India versus Pakistan Champions Trophy match, and yes, the latest is that, let me just tell you more updates on that. BCCI had formally, remember, told the ICC that it will not travel to Pakistan. The MEA made it very clear, and that in the Asia Cup last year, remember, we saw that model happening, and that is something that will be adapted. Remember, last year in Asia Cup, only 3 league games and 1 Super 4 match were played in Pakistan. Remaining games were played in Sri Lanka. ICC was reportedly keen to side with the BCCI in the wake of Islamabad unrest also. So India has, of course, cited security concerns, and that is something that we will see officially being announced very, very soon by the ICC. Remember, Jayasha has taken over as the ICC chairperson on Sunday, and all eyes will be on that official announcement, that formal announcement. PCB remains adamant about not agreeing for the longest time, but it has finally given in. in. What we know through our sources, it has finally given in, and there is no option for Pakistan but to succumb to the demands of India, and that the Champions Trophy matches, especially the India versus Pakistan match, and whenever India has any fixture, will be played at a neutral venue.
All right, Rakshita, many thanks for getting us those details. We now move on to more breaking news coming in. We cut across to the latest pictures coming in as the BJP is staging a protest at Patrapol border against Hindus being attacked in Bangladesh. These are back-to-back protests that have been staged across West Bengal as BJP is raising its voice against growing atrocities against Hindus in Bangladesh, especially demanding the release of Chinmay Krishna Prabhu Das. There you see BJP going all guns blazing, staging these protests. And remember, this is not just something that we see happening in West Bengal, but across the globe where there is a growing call to protect Hindus in Bangladesh. For the moment, I want to cut across to Kishile on the broadcasts from the Bangla newsroom to take us through these latest pictures.
Well, exactly. The visuals which are coming live now, right now, these are from Petrapol border in West Bengal. This is a border which Bangladesh and West Bengal and India shares in West Bengal. And Shubhendu Adhikari is holding a rally with a lot of Sanatani leaders. And this rally is being held in order to demonstrate that how angry the Sanatanis are right now, and they want the immediate release of Chinmay Krishna Prabhu as soon as possible. This is what the rally is talking about, and also a clear message from Shubhendu Adhikari a while back from the same area. He was speaking to the a whole lot of Sanatani protesters who organized themselves at that particular rally, and he was saying that if Chinmay Krishna Prabhu is not released immediately, and if atrocities on Hindus continue to happen like this, next week it will be ensured that the whole area is blockaded by Sanatani protesters and the border has to be closed and all the trades will be stopped after that. Therefore, it's very obvious, it's very clear that the Sanatanis in West Bengal in India are taking this whole movement to a new level where they are now protesting at Bangladeshi borders. These are Bangladeshi borders areas, and these Bangladeshi border areas are very clearly areas from where a lot of illegal infiltration also happens in the areas which are unprotected. As we know, Mamata Banerjee's government has not provided enough land to BSF as well. Many of the areas are not even barbed wired. So in these areas, Shubhendu Adhikari also made it very clear that they are against all kind of illegal infiltration, and that the demand, the release of Chinmay Krishna Prabhu as soon as possible, the demand stopping all atrocities on Hindus as soon as possible, and the demand that all the borders needs to be secured and illegal infiltration needs to be stopped as soon as possible. Also in this particular rally, there is a program of releasing balloons with messages written on those balloons that Chinmay Krishna Prabhu needs to be released as soon as possible, and with due course of time those balloons will be flying towards Bangladesh with those messages of Sanatani Hindus protesting. Shubhendu Adhikari made it very clear that Hindus in this side of the border, Hindus in India, are unitedly standing by the Hindus of Bangladesh, and they are protesting against the atrocities. And also, if we are getting that live bite from Shubhendu Adhikari, we will try to translate as well. So these visuals from the border areas as well, where Shubhendu Adhikari is walking towards the border, holding a rally and speaking against Hindu atrocities in Bangladesh. And he also said that Yunus government in Bangladesh is doing just what Mamata Banerjee is doing this side. So he, in a way, equated the situation of the Hindus in West Bengal because we have seen that there have been multiple attacks on temples, on Durga Puja pandals, Durga Puja idols in West Bengal as well during Durga Puja and before and after that. So Shubhendu Adhikari at one hand was speaking in favor of the Hindus of Bangladesh and also speaking in favor of the Hindus of West Bengal who have also been attacked multiple times. And we'll try to hear that bite if it's possible.
Right, Kishna, I'm not sure if we have that soundbite in yet. We will try and play that out at a later point. But just see the scale of these protests that is only mounting with every passing day. And one thing is for sure that the BJP is not going to back down. In fact, India has taken a strong position over what is happening, and the centre has been taking this up with the Bangladesh government as much as it is evident now that the unionist regime is certainly hand in glove with these perpetrators, and that is why no action is being taken. But how Bangladesh has been cornered in every possible way, and global pressure that continues to mount against them.
Well, globally, Bangladesh has been exposed by Indian, at one hand, Indian protesters and Bangladeshi Hindu protesters as well. They have been exposed how the Yunus government shamelessly and blatantly supports the radicals in Bangladesh, and in return they get the support of the radicals in order to run the government. That is what is happening in Bangladesh, and we have seen that it has been exposed globally. At one hand, British Parliament has talked about it. On the other hand, we also saw in the United Nations Minorities Forum the issue was raised up recently last week. Therefore, globally it has been exposed that the Yunus government, supported by the Jamatis, Hefazatis and the radicals Islamists of Bangladesh, has been causing atrocities on Hindus of Bangladesh, on ISKCON devotees of Bangladesh, and it has been made clear that Chinmay Krishna Prabhu, who has been jailed for 5 days now, almost 6 days now, he is not even getting legal support. Anyone who is trying to
সব হবে ট্রিপল তালাকও হয়েছে 317 হয়েছে মামার বাড়ির আবদার নয়
This is not an area where anything can be done.
বাংলাদেশে
in Bangladesh,
প্রয়োজন হলে বিশ্ব
if it is required,
অপারেশন অ্যাকশন দরকার
the whole
সরকার
if it is required, an operation is required in Bangladesh because it's a government run by radicals and terrorists. So the whole world community should engage in an action operation in Bangladesh.
एक ही एपीजमेंट रेडिकल फोर्स कम्युनल फोर्स का साथ मिला भगत
So there Shubhendu Adhikari was speaking and he was saying that at one hand Mamata Banerjee is playing politics with the situation. On the other hand, he also said that if required, an operation needs to be done. And what kind of operation, I don't know, he is insinuating towards a military operation or something else, but he clearly said after taking the whole world community in consideration, we need to ensure that there is an action on operation in Bangladesh if this situation continues. We will be coming back with more live visuals and breaking news on Bangladesh after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Breaking news coming in. We're learning that the all-party meeting chaired by Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla has just concluded. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, who chaired this all-party meeting to end the ongoing impasse in Parliament, and Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi, representing the centre at the all-party meeting. In the latest, we're picking up that the all-party meeting has just concluded. We've, of course, seen what has been happening in the Parliament ever since the start of the winter session. Not one day of constructive business. On most days where both the houses of the Parliament have been adjourned after non-stop ruckus, disruptions by the opposition, calling out the Adani issue over and over again, but no constructive arguments to criticize the centre. We've seen that the all-party meeting, pictures of which you are playing out on your screens, has just ended. Let me cut across to Harsha, joining us with the latest. Harsha, how was the matter taken up with all the parties, and what can we expect in the days to come, the remaining days of the winter session of Parliament?
So Swesha, there's a very big update coming from the Parliament. The Speaker called this all-party meeting where it was attended by all the opposition party floor leaders of all the opposition parties, and we have got to know that finally there was a discussion to end the log jam in the Parliament and to ensure the smooth running of the Parliament from tomorrow. We have got to know from Kiran Rijiju and Arnab Goswami, who did a press conference here by clearly stating that from tomorrow there will be the business in the Parliament. Several bills which have been already listed and were to be tabled in the last week, those bills will be tabled tomorrow. The Parliament will function and all the opposition parties have agreed to it. Also, we got to know that Samajwadi Party wants a discussion on the Sambhal issue, and they have been allowed that the time will be given to Samajwadi Party leaders during 0 hours. Swesha, during 0 hours and not the business hours for the discussion on the Sambhal issue have been allowed by the Speaker office and by the Speaker to the Samajwadi Party leaders. And we're getting to know that all the opposition leaders have now agreed that yes, from tomorrow Parliament can function and they all will not be creating any more ruckus and disruption. Also, Kiran Rijiju clearly stated that the crores of money is being wasted every day because of the opposition parties, and after this meeting we hope that from tomorrow opposition leaders will not create any ruckus and chaos and disruption in the Parliament. So we have to wait and watch, Swesha, what happens tomorrow. But this was a very fruitful meeting, according to Kiran Rijiju and Arnab Goswami, because most of the leaders have agreed that there are several important 0-hour question hours and business which are listed for discussion. So that should be taken up. And one more update which we are getting from this meeting is that the discussion and debate on the Constitution Day has been allowed on 13th and 14th in Lok Sabha and on 16th and 17th in Rajya Sabha. That's a very important thing which we are picking on Saturday. Also, this time the Lok Sabha will commence. It will work because the discussion and debate on Constitution Day will be starting. Back to you.
Continue talking about this, Harsha, because we're also flashing out those details on our screens as to how there will be Samvidhan Day on 13th and 14th of December, where this will be the ongoing discussion in the Lok Sabha, and in Rajya Sabha on 16th and 17th of December. What's expected?
Yes, Swesha. Yes, the breaking which we have right now put on our screen for the viewers to see, because when the 75 years of Constitution was celebrated in the Central Hall, at that time opposition leaders demanded in the Business Advisory Committee that there should be a detailed discussion and debate on the Constitution Day in both the houses of Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Now, today's Speaker has agreed in the meeting, and we have got to know on 13th and 14th of November the discussion on Samvidhan Divas will happen in Lok Sabha, and on 16th and 17th, it will happen in Rajya Sabha. So this was the discussion. This was one of the takeaways from the very important meeting which Speaker chaired today. So this time on Saturday also, the Parliament will commence, the Parliament will run. There will be a discussion. This will be, so this winter session will see the Parliament running and functioning on Saturday also, because 14th is Friday and 15th, because 13th is Friday and 14th is Saturday. So these two dates are very important for the discussion on the Samvidhan in the Lok Sabha, which is the lower house of the Parliament. Back to you.
All right, Harsha, many thanks for getting us those details. So those are the details that Harsha is sharing with us. Firstly, the all-party meet that has just ended. It was chaired by Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. And the other important decision, as there will be a discussion on Constitution Day in Lok Sabha on 13th and 14th December, and in the Rajya Sabha on 16th and 17th of December. We continue to get you all the live updates. We'll be back on the other side after the short break. Do stay tuned. Former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has moved court in his excise policy case. The AAP leader has challenged the trial court order, which took cognizance of ED's charge sheet against him in the money laundering case linked to the alleged excise policy scam. Justice Manoj Kumar Ori has asked ED to respond to the petition. The case is listed for hearing on December 20. Sisodia has challenged the impunged order on the grounds of mandatory sanction that was not obtained by ED to prosecute him. Two youngsters riding a two-wheeler lost their lives after a high-speeding Creta hit them in the wee hours of the morning. The driver, identified as a minor, was allegedly intoxicated while he was driving. The car hit a divider and flew across the road, hitting the two youngsters riding their motorbike, instantly killing them. This came as there are growing concerns over road safety and an increase in case of intoxicated minors going astray. Congress leader Surat Singh Thakur has been served a show cause notice after the party's crushing defeat in the assembly elections. The leader has now been summoned for allegedly working against the party. Thakur will present in case to the media at the Mumbai Congress office today. In Krishnagiri's district, Uttangarai, 503 millimeters of rainfall was recorded in the past 24 hours amid growing concerns over preparation of disaster management ahead of Cyclone Fengal. Water bodies in Uttangarai have overflowed, leading to floods on the road, sweeping away vehicles parked. MP of Tirupati constituency, Madila Gurumurthy, wrote to Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs Kiran Rijiju requesting the ministers to hold parliamentary sessions in southern India for operational efficiency and national integration. YSRCP leader commented on Delhi's growing air pollution and worsening weather conditions, inviting the parliament to conduct sessions in the southern parts. She suggested some cities including Hyderabad, Bengaluru, Chennai and Kerala in her letter. Karnataka BJP issued a show-cause notice to MLA Basagonda Patil Yatnal for his comments against the state leadership. The notice reprimanded Yatnal for defying party line and making public statements that contradicted the party's official position. Yatnal has alleged that Vijendra, the BJP leader, has close ties with Congress leader and Deputy CM DK Shivkumar and claims to have video clips to substantiate his allegations.
चौथा बार नोटिस आया है, 2 बार मैं उत्तर दिया हूँ, 1 बार उत्तर नहीं दिया हूँ क्योंकि मुझे शक हो गया उसके वो नोटिस के ऊपर। फिर 10 दिन के बाद भी आपने जो हमने शोकास नोटिस दिया था वो नोटिस को आपने उत्तर नहीं दिया, इसलिए आपको ऊपर कार्रवाई हम किया है करके कुछ भी नहीं है।
Show cause notice to MLA Basagonda partner Yatnal. Meanwhile, Senthil Balaji has become a minister in Tamil Nadu just a day after he was granted bail by the Supreme Court in a money laundering case. The bench, comprising of 2 judges, heard a plea seeking to reconsider the September 26 judgment, which granted bail to Balaji. The petitioners seek remedy as the witnesses now might be under pressure since Senthil Balaji is a minister. Delhi woke up to protest this morning as a large group of farmers who flooded the NCR region over various demands. Currently protesting at Dalit Prerna Sthal, the farmers have been barred from entering the capital through protests, and struggles continue from their end. The farmers were raising slogans, climbing over police barricading, pouring in huge numbers from trucks, buses and other vehicles. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, after RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat raised concerns on declining population, AIMIM Chief has taken a dig, saying if RSS would provide financial help too.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV Live and breaking with me, Kriti Mehta, at 4 p.m. this Monday. Now, RSS has reopened the population debate with Mohan Bhagwat issuing a fresh statement saying how fertility rate for Hindus should not go down below 2.1. We'll bring you more details. Let's take a quick check of the headlines first. Pakistan succumbs to pressure before India over Champions Trophy deadlock. Sources say Dubai to host the series. TMC's Muslim appeasement on display. Kalyan Banerjee says if Muslims offer namaz on land, then it becomes Waqf property. Republic questions the parliamentarian. Fireworks over Bhagwat's population pitch. Owaisi leads attack on the RSS chief. '17 Republic interview reopens Bofor's case. CBI to seek details from investigator Michael Hirschman to send letter rogatory. File report by February 11. Prime Minister Modi to watch the Sabarmati Report movie 4 p.m. today. And in fact, cutting across to that breaking news coming in at top of the hour, we're now getting in visuals of Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who have arrived in Parliament to watch the movie, The Sabarmati Report. Remember, the Prime Minister is all set to watch the movie in a short while from now. The top brass of the BJP and the central leadership arriving in Parliament to watch The Sabarmati Report. The movie is based on the 2002 Godhra riots when Prime Minister Modi was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. Let's remind you how the Prime Minister had faced severe criticism over his role during the Godhra riots. However, he was given a clean chit by the courts over the row. Now, those are the latest visuals of the Prime Minister, the Defence Minister and the Home Minister arriving in a Parliament complex to watch the movie Sabarmati Report, starred by actor Vikrant Massey. The screening about to begin in a short while from now. I will go across to my colleague Riyanka to give us more details on this, but let's tell you viewers how the Prime Minister had earlier lauded the film, as did the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, saying that the truth cannot remain suppressed for a long time. And they had lauded the filmmakers for showing the truth of the Godhra riots. In fact, let's go across to Riyanka now, who's there outside the Parliament. Riyanka, we're now getting in visuals of the top leadership of the BJP and the central ministers inside the Parliament about to begin watching the screening of the film. Who are the other leaders that you're seeing entering there?
Well, the Prime Minister is all set to watch the Sabarmati Report film inside the Parliament complex at the Bar Yogi Auditorium that is in the Parliament complex library area. And well, this is coming in at a time when the PM had in fact lauded whatever has been shown in the movie. He in fact said that the truth is being revealed now. Given for the fact that there have been several revelations regarding the Godhra attack and the incident that has taken place, but he lauded the makers of the movie. And we know that this movie stars Vikrant Massey, and here they have tried to show all that happened during the incident, and this is very crucial because there are several leaders. In fact, earlier as well, we have seen several leaders of the BJP going ahead and watching this very important movie, the Sabarmati Report, starting from Yogi Adityanath as well as Hardeep Puri. Many such leaders have watched this film. And today there is the screening of the Sabarmati Report inside the Parliament complex. So yes, the timing is at around 4 p.m., which is already now. So very, very likely the Prime Minister is already seated for the screening of the Sabarmati Report.
All right. Have you also been able to speak to any of the leaders there as you continue to remain outside the Parliament? Priyanka, if you can hear me, just wanted to ask you if you were able to get in a fresh word from any of the leaders there.
Right. As of now, no word from the leaders, as I am not inside the Parliament complex, but outside here, we do not have presence of the leaders. They are inside the Parliament complex. But yes, all the top leaders of the BJP are all going to watch this film today. And very, very crucial development, given that, like I mentioned, Prime Minister's insight in this very film, the Sabarmati report, that he says for the fact that it has gotten the truth as to what exactly had happened, calling in for all the people who had a wrong narrative in their mind regarding what happened in the Sabarmati, the Godhra incident. So yes, we are all waiting for the developments come in thereafter, after the Prime Minister watches the film, or whether or not there will be issue of declaration, or whether or not there will be a word from the Prime Minister regarding the same. That is something that needs to be watched for.
All right. Thanks, Priyanka, for joining us and giving us those details. We will come back to you when the movie and its screening is completed and the leaders come out of the screening. With that, let's shift our focus now. All right, viewers, before we move in, let's show you these live visuals of the Prime Minister arriving at the Parliament to begin the screening of the Sabarmati report. The Prime Minister himself will be watching the movie along with Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, whose visuals we showed you a short while ago. Those are the live visuals now of the Prime Minister also entering the Parliament library, where the movie, the Sabarmati report, will be screened. Remember, this is coming after the Prime Minister and the top leadership of the BJP have lauded the film, saying that the truth is finally coming out and it cannot remain hidden for a very long time. Let's tell you that the Prime Minister has arrived in Balayogi Auditorium and he will watch the film with all NDA parliamentarians. And those are the live visuals of the Prime Minister just arriving to be seated for the screening of the film. In fact, let me go back to Riyanka on this. Riyanka, Prime Minister had said that a fake narrative can persist only for a limited period before the facts come out. When the movie was released, he put out that message on his social media account. Now he's gone out himself for the movie, which will be screened in a short while from now. Harsha also joins us. Let's go across to Harsha to give us some more details. Harsha, what more details are you picking up as of now?
So right now, as the visuals are on our screen, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was received by Kiran Rijiju and Arjun Ram Meghwal. He has arrived in the Balayogi Auditorium in the Parliament Library premises, as we get to know. And shortly, he will be watching Sabarmati report. And we have got to know that Vikrant Messi has also arrived here. He will also be watching the movie along with Prime Minister and the other producers and directors of the movie. As we clearly know, this morning, Vikrant Messi posted a statement clearly stating that he is indebted to everyone who has helped him in the movie career, but now it's a time for him to take a break. And after this message in the entire morning, it was being said that what has suddenly happened, what has suddenly transpired for Vikrant Messi after this movie Sabarmati report. But today we are getting to know that in the Parliament Library, during that the new movie which the Prime Minister is going to watch, Sabarmati report, the entire team of the Sabarmati report is present in the Parliament Library.
In fact, I'm also joined in by Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor on the phone line. Abhishek, what's the significance of Prime Minister going out to watch this movie in Parliament complex along with the other ND MPs?
Well, you see, the significance is that there was a political fiction created in Gujarat. Of course, it was a very unfortunate episode, the 2002 Gujarat riots, beginning with the burning of the Sabarmati train. and the carnage which led to the death of those car sevaks, burning to death of those car sevaks, and the subsequent violence and the cycle of violence and the riots that led to the death of 900 plus individuals. And the political fiction I am talking about is the manner in which the entire focus was on the violence that took place subsequent to the burning of the S6 coach of Sabarmati Express in Godhra, and complete, to use today's language, shadow banning of that episode as the trigger, which really led to the violence. So again, as I said, while the entire episode was unfortunate, the complete shadow banning of that trigger episode, which was the burning of the S6 coach and the car sevaks in it, including 20 plus women and another 20 children. I think this is something which was effectively kept out of public scrutiny. The fact that the topmost, all the levels of the court and the judiciary proved that there was a conspiracy, that there were people involved in planning and executing that burning of the S6 coach and triggering the Gujarat violence, and that conspiracy involved people on the ground which had association, political relationship with the Congress party, for example, the municipal leadership of Godhra at that time, and they were involved, and the religious leadership in Godhra of the Muslim community that was involved. Everything was put below the, taken under the carpet, and the entire focus was on the subsequent violence that took place, and a certain picture was created of Gujarat. People in Gujarat were angry, and the rise of Narendra Modi on the political firmament of the country was, in a way, an expression. It began with the expression of that anger of people of Gujarat, and subsequently we have seen the elections in 2002, the manner in which it became the focus of the Gujarati Asmita campaign, and the fact that over the next couple of years and subsequent to, of course, the 2004 change of government, the manner in which the Congress dispensation from Delhi to everywhere else really went after Narendra Modi, using the 2002 violence and the unfortunate episode of Gujarat to create a situation where the political rise of Narendra Modi could be stymied. Though, of course, contrary to that, plan really happened, and Narendra Modi's rise continued to happen, and he ultimately, of course, became Prime Minister in 2014, winning in between 4 elections from 2002 to 2007 to 2012, and then, of course, 2014. But this movie or this film now really focuses on that trigger, and through focusing on that, it is trying to bring out that ecosystem which really worked at that time, to paint a certain picture of Gujarat. Prime Minister has backed it because he sees himself as a political victim of Godhra in some ways, though of course with his own political response, he really sort of neutralized, not only neutralized, but really rode on the back of those manipulations and, countered them and really came up trumps. But that's why I think the significance is that he's sending a political message that while, of course, the 2002 Gujarat violence was unfortunate, you cannot forget the trigger that was provided. Of course, this would not be without controversy. You would see reactions coming in, political reactions coming in. But this is essentially a counter narrative, one would say, because this was the trigger, but it was swept out under the carpet. So this is the counter narrative that there were reasons why the Gujarat violence happened, and the trigger was the burning of the S6 coach in Godhra, and Prime Minister there watching it with his cabinet, essentially really underscoring that when we talk of Gujarat riots, we should not miss talking about the Godhra train burning also.
Absolutely. Right. Thanks, Abhishek, for joining us and sharing your thoughts on this. Viewers, the live visuals of the Prime Minister arriving in Parliament Auditorium, where the Sabarmati Report film will be screened in a short while from now, and all NDA MPs are going to watch it. A big message being sent by the NDA leaders there. And with that, we move on and cut across to another big breaking news in connection to the Parliament itself. Now, the Speaker has allowed the Samajwadi Party for a discussion on the Sambhal riots and clashes in the 0 hours. This is, of course, coming after an all-party meeting was called by Lok Sabha Speaker, and the logjam that has been persisting was ended, paving the way for a smooth functioning of Parliament tomorrow. Let's also remind you that discussions on Constitution Day in Lok Sabha will be held on 13th and 14th, and in Rajya Sabha on the 16th and 17th of this month. In fact, let's go across now to Harsha, who's joining us live to share more details with us on this. Harsha, finally the Speaker has allowed for a discussion on the Sambhal clashes after the Samajwadi Party's demand. What more do you know on this?
So right now we are getting to know that in the all-party meeting with this speaker, all the opposition leaders raised their issue which they wanted for the discussion in the parliament, because of which the parliament couldn't function for entirely last week and today also. Now we have got to know that the Sambhal issue is the topmost issue for the Samajwadi Party, and speaker has allowed for the discussion on Sambhal violence, where several youngsters have lost their lives, and also how the violence erupted. But the time which has been allotted to them is the 0 hour. So now the discussion on the Sambhal violence will happen only in the 0 hour and not in the business hour. And Samajwadi Party leaders have clearly stated that they have been ensured by the speaker, that the speaker has agreed to allow them for the discussion on the Sambhal. And now when a speaker has assured them about all these things, they are ready for the parliament to function smoothly and fruitfully, and the business in the parliament to go on. So tomorrow is a very important day, because tomorrow finally the parliament function. The efforts which has been made from the side of the government to end the log jam has finally come to a consensus from the all party leaders, from all the opposition leaders, for the parliament to function from tomorrow, and the Sambhal issue will be discussed during 0 hours. Back to you.
All right, thank you Harsha for joining us and giving us those details. With that, viewers, let's move on. We're now going to bring you visuals of the protests that are being staged by the BJP. The BJP is protesting at Petropol border in North 24 Parganas of West Bengal. Their demand is persistent: the release of ISKCON monk Chinmay Krishnadas Brahmachari. Live visuals of the BJP protest there at Petropol border in West Bengal in North 24 Parganas. You can see a huge crowd of people have gathered there. The Sanatanis and the BJP leading out that protest march demanding the release of Chinmay Krishnadas Prabhu and action against the atrocities on Hindu minorities in Bangladesh. In fact, protests are being staged not just in West Bengal but also in Maharashtra, in Mumbai, and the BJP has in fact also planned to stage protests in Mangaluru in Karnataka with the same demand of the release of Hindu monk Chinmay Krishnadas Prabhu. This is of course coming after the RSS had also waded in demanding his release. Live visuals of Shubhendu Adhikari there, the West Bengal leader of opposition, leading those protests demanding the release of Chinmay Krishnadas Prabhu, the ISKCON monk who has been put behind the bars in Bangladesh for raising his voice against the atrocities on Hindu minorities in Bangladesh. And moving on, viewers, amid rising cases of atrocities against the minorities in Bangladesh, the Yunus regime has restricted ISKCON members from traveling to India despite having valid travel documents. More than 50 ISKCON members were turned back from the border, citing the absence of government permission. Meanwhile, opposition is mounting pressure on the centre to intervene. Take a look.
Days after the Yunus government started a crackdown on minorities in Bangladesh, arresting religious leaders and freezing their bank accounts, it has now put a travel ban on ISKCON members, barring 54 of them from crossing into India despite having valid travel documents. The development comes amid growing chorus for peace and minority rights in Bangladesh.
We want justice!
बांग्लादेश में जिस तरह से कट्टरपंथी हावी है, हिंदुओं पे अत्याचार कर रहा है, संतों को बंद कर दिया गया है, भारत सरकार ने कड़ी फटकार लगाई है, लेकिन दुनिया के लोगों को भी अब बांग्लादेश में हस्तक्षेप करना चाहिए।
Mamata Banerjee-led TMC is proposing to raise the issue of atrocities against Hindus in the parliament.
मैं आज कोशिश करेंगे स्पीकर साहब को परमिशन लेके हाउस में ये विषय उठाने के लिए। मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि मिनिस्टर ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स से मिनिस्टर खुद आके आज कुछ बयान दिया जाए।
Congress too is drawing attention towards the arrest of religious leaders in Bangladesh.
सरकार को चाहिए कि सरकार इसके ऊपर सख्ती के साथ एक्शन लेने का काम करे, बांग्लादेश के राजदूत को बुला के सख्त कर निर्देशित करने का काम करे, और बांग्लादेश अगर नहीं मानता तो बांग्लादेश के साथ व्यापारिक रिश्ते खत्म करने की बात करे।
With the opposition mounting pressure on the government, will the Modi government step in?
And moving on, let's tell you viewers that things have now become tricky for the Mohsin Naqvi-led Pakistan Cricket Board, as Jay Shah has assumed his role as the ICC chairman. Now, at the age of just 36 years, Jay Shah has become the youngest ever ICC chairman. His appointment comes in the midst of all the hue and cry around the Champions Trophy. As of now, all the eyeballs are fixated upon the ICC and how they want to go about things. Pakistan have gradually showed signs of accepting the hybrid model, and the future of them hosting such a huge ICC event completely rests on the Jay Shah-led ICC. This is coming in even as we know that Dubai most likely will be hosting the ICC Champions Trophy due next year. Take a look at our report.
The BCCI's outgoing secretary Jay Shah took charge as the chairperson of the International Cricket Council on Sunday. He becomes the 5th Indian to head the global body and the youngest ever to head the ICC now. The 36-year-old Jay Shah, who has been the BCCI secretary for the last 5 years, was the unanimous choice of ICC's board of directors. He replaces New Zealand's attorney Craig Barclay, who did not wish to continue for a third consecutive term. Jay Shah is the son of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. He has his task cut out as the ICC needs to find an acceptable solution to implement the hybrid model for the Champions Trophy. The face-off between BCCI and PCB continues. The hue and cry around the infamous hybrid model has created a fresh set of problems for the PCB. BCCI earlier this month had written to ICC regarding its reluctancy to send India to Pakistan for the Champions Trophy. India's External Affairs Ministry has also made it clear that Team India will not travel to Pakistan. The ICC had earlier planned to announce the schedule for Champions Trophy on the 11th of November, but due to the rising tensions between the PCB and the BCCI, the apex global cricketing body reportedly incurred financial losses. Now, as Jay Shah assumes charge as the ICC chair, problems for the PCB might only increase. The Pakistan Cricket Board is changing its stance and is ready to accept the hybrid model with Jay Shah at the helm of affairs. Pakistan has understood that the Champions Trophy without India is not possible, and the ICC too will have to take massive financial hits. The ICC will not take that risk. The ICC is already running late on deadline and has left its stakeholders in a state of anger. With Jay Shah taking charge, an official announcement regarding the Champions Trophy is expected very soon.
time now for a very quick commercial break. Stay tuned. TMC's Muslim appeasement has come out on display once again with the Kalyan Banerjee saying if Muslims offer namaz on land, then it becomes a waqf property. Stay tuned. Republic has questioned him.
सॉरी डॉक्टर।
मनी, सफीना,
शादी कैसी चल रही है?
मैं बताएगी। आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग। इतना पहाड़ों के साथ गुलू गुलू करेगा तो थोपतूंगी ना इसको।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर, मैं उड़ना चाहता हूँ, दौड़ना चाहता हूँ, बस इस घर में रुकना नहीं चाहता। बट क्यों? उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया। I don't feel safe.
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना, बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Congress delegation led by its Uttar Pradesh unit chief Ajay Rai was all set to visit Sambhal today. However, the Uttar Pradesh police issued a notice to Ajay Rai asking him to postpone his visit to the district.
नोटिस इशू दिया है और ये कहा है कि वहाँ पर जाने से अव्यवस्था होगी, तो हम निश्चित तौर से हम लोग अव्यवस्था नहीं चाहते। हम चाहते हैं कि शांति बहाली हो, शांति हो।
In response, SP leader Ram Gopal Yadav and other Congress leaders have come to the forefront opposing this.
जिला प्रशासन ने कल से अजय राय जी को और मोना जी को घर में नजरबंद कर रखा है। अजय राय जी को PCC में नजरबंद कर रखा है। ये एक शक पैदा करता है कि आखिर ये नेता जो फैक्ट फाइंडिंग और शांति बहाली की अपील करने जा रहे हैं, उनको क्यों रोका जा रहा है, क्या छिपाया जा रहा है?
अरे वो किसी को नहीं जाने देने जाते हैं, हमारे लोगों को घर से नहीं। अखिलेश शादी में जा रहे थे मेरठ, वहाँ अब जहाज नहीं उड़ने दिया कि संभल चले जाएंगे। अच्छा। तो जिन लोग जो पाप करते हैं वो पाप छिपाने के लिए किसी को देखने नहीं देते हैं कि पता न चल जाए किसी को।
Meanwhile, the BJP has criticized the move, calling it a case of competitive appeasement politics, further accusing the Congress of engaging in such political tactics as part of their character.
Politics of cap. Cap मतलब competitive appeasement politics. कौन ज़्यादा बड़ा दंगाइयों का भाईजान बन सकता है, कौन वोट बैंक के नाम पर संभल में आग लगा सकता है, इसके अंदर एक प्रतिस्पर्धा चल रही है।
Stepping into a quick commercial break, stay tuned. Republic has questioned TMC parliamentarian Kalyan Banerjee, who said if Muslims offer namaz online, then it becomes waqf property. Bringing you more details right after.
The Champions Trophy hosting debacle has taken several twists and turns as suspense over the schedule remains. To determine a result, the ICC is taking measures to finalize the timetable and has been in talks with the boards to find a solution. Amid the ongoing fiasco, it appears that the PCB has finally relented and is willing to accept the hybrid model for the Champions Trophy. One of Pakistan Cricket Board Chairman Mohsin Naqvi's recent moves has generated a lot of talk as the debate over the schedule for the Champions Trophy continues. As calls for the hybrid model over the Champions Trophy 25 have picked up steam, reports suggest that the PCB chief Mohsin Naqvi has met the Emirates Cricket Board chief Mubashir Usmani in Dubai. Both of them have reportedly discussed the hybrid model for the upcoming marquee ICC tournament, which is expected to take place from February to March in 2025. According to reports, Usmani was informed by PCB chief Naqvi that all preparations were on track and that Pakistan was prepared to host the Champions Trophy. Currently, the PCB chief is in Dubai for the ICC board meeting, which briefly took place on Friday to finalize the schedule for the tournament. During the meeting, Naqvi also stated that all teams would receive state-level security and that the situation in Pakistan was stable. Mubashir Usmani is also the chairman of the ICC's Associate Members Committee, and the PCB boss meeting him has fueled
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you on Live and Breaking. And viewers, we are going to get you the latest on the population debate after Mohan Bhagwat's comments on population, the decline in the population. Owaisi is hitting back at the RSS. She will get you more on that. First, the headlines. Pakistan bows down before India over Champions Trophy. Deadlock. Sources say Dubai is also set to host India matches. TMC's Muslim appeasement on display. Kalyan Banerjee says if Muslims offer namaz on a land, then it becomes Waqf property. Fireworks over Bhagwat's population page. Owaisi leads attack on the RSS chief. '17 Republic interview reopens Bofors case. CBI to seek details from investigator Michael Hirschman to send letter rogatory file report by 11th of February. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to watch the Sabarmati report at 4 p.m. today. Now, viewers, the population debate has been reignited as Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh, that is the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, had stressed on the importance of family and saying that a society will perish if its population growth rate falls below 2.1, pointing out that population imbalances between communities can affect the geographical boundaries and must not be ignored. It's AIMIM chief Owaisi who's now hitting back at the RSS chief. And Owaisi says that will Mohan Bhagwat now start offering 1,500 rupees to those who are to have more. Owaisi questioned whether the RSS chief would give 1,500 rupees to people for having more children. He says that such issues weaken the country. Take a listen in.
जनसंख्या कमी होते फार चिंता आहे. चिंतेचा विषय आहे. त्याचं कारण हे शास्त्र, लोकसंख्या शास्त्र जे आधुनिक ते असं सांगतं की 2.1 च्या खाली जायला लागलो तर तो समाजच नष्ट होतो. पृथ्वीच्या पाठीवर तो राहत नाही. कोणी त्याला मारेल असं नाही. तो काही नसलं संकट तरी तो समाज नष्ट होतो, पुढे चालत नाही. अनेक भाषा अशा नष्ट झाल्या, अनेक समाज असे नष्ट झाले. 2.1 च्या खाली येतात. आपल्या देशाची जनसंख्या नीती 1998 वगैरे मध्ये ठरली का 2002 मध्ये ठरली पाहिजे, साल माहित नाही मला. पण त्याच्यातही असं सांगतात की 2.1 च्या खाली नको. 2.1 म्हणजे 0.1 तर माणूस जन्मत नाही ना कधी. 2 पेक्षा जास्ती पाहिजे, 3 पाहिजे कमीत कमी, असं शास्त्र सांगतं. पण ही संख्या ही याकरता महत्वाची आहे की टिकलं पाहिजे की नाही. टिकलं पाहिजे असं आपल्याला सगळ्यांना वाटतं, कारण ते आपलं आहे. ते किती चांगलं आहे वाईट आहे हे मूल्यांकन नंतर असतं, ते आपलं आहे. आपण कुटुंबात हेच शिकतो ना. निरळ्या प्रकार असतात व्यक्तीच्या कुटुंबात. 4 भाऊ असले, 3 भाऊ असले, 2 भाऊ असले.
तो हम मोहन भागवत जी से पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि बच्चे पैदा करने के लिए वो क्या लोगों को देंगे, क्या कुछ देंगे, अकाउंट में डालेंगे 1500 रुपए, जो बच्चे ज्यादा पैदा करेगा उसको 1500 बढ़ के मिलेंगे? नहीं, औलाद पैदा करो वो स्कीम निकालेंगे क्या? ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं. TFR रेट हर कम्युनिटी का गिरा है. सबसे ज्यादा TFR रेट गिरा है रिलीजन वाइज मुसलमानों का, मगर अभी भी हिंदू समुदाय का TFR रेट वो मुसलमानों फर्क है. अब मगर ये जो स्टेटमेंट आज बोल रहे हैं कि आप जो बोल रहे हैं अगर वो सच है और आप सच ही बोलेंगे कि बच्चे पैदा करो, तो मोहन भागवत जी को बोलना चाहिए कि जैसा यहाँ पर लाडली बहना का स्कीम में कितना 1500 रुपए दे रहे ना, तो आप एक स्कीम निकाल लो कि जो इतने बच्चे पैदा करेंगे उसके अकाउंट में हम लोग 2000 डालेंगे, कितना डालेंगे, क्या डालेंगे वो डिसाइड कर लो.
And now we'll get you the reactions coming in from the opposition over Mohan Bhagwat's statement on population.
मोहन भागवत पर सरसंचालक आरएसएस के कह रहे हैं कि फर्टिलिटी रेट बहुत कम हो गया है, ऐसे में 3 बच्चे पैदा करें तभी फर्टिलिटी रेट बढ़ेगा, वरना हालात दूसरे देशों जैसे हो
लगता है आजकल उनकी पट नहीं रही मोदी जी से, तभी तो अखबारों में बयान दे रहे हैं.
मोहन भागवत कह रहे हैं कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा बच्चे पैदा करो, 3 बच्चे पैदा करो, फर्टिलिटी रेट कम हो गया है.
प्रचारकों पे से पाबंदी हटाएं, जो शादी करने पे प्रचारकों के पाबंदी है, संघ प्रचारकों के, उसको हटा लेना चाहिए.
मोहन भागवत कह रहे हैं कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा बच्चे पैदा करो, 3 बच्चे पैदा करो, फर्टिलिटी रेट कम हो गया है.
प्रचारकों पे से पाबंदी हटाएं, जो शादी करने पे प्रचारकों के पाबंदी है, संघ प्रचारकों के, उसको हटा लेना चाहिए.
Of course, the BJP was quick to support Mohan Bhagwat and slam Asauddin Owaisi over his comments. Take a listen into reactions from the BJP.
एक और बात, सरसंचालक मोहन भागवत कह रहे हैं कि 3 बच्चे पैदा करें क्योंकि पॉपुलेशन क्राइसिस है. असउद्दीन ओवैसी उनको कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग कब शादी करेंगे, आप लोग ये बताइए. 1500 रुपए क्या आप देंगे?
ओवैसी जी 1500 रुपए क्या 15 रुपए के लिए कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, ये उनका अधिकार है. और ओवैसी जी कितने बच्चे पैदा करते हैं ये हम लोग का तो हस्तक्षेप है नहीं. वो खूब जश्न मनाए, खुशी मनाए, क्योंकि उनको गरीबों की चिंता तो है नहीं, क्योंकि उनके पास तो अथाह संपत्ति है और उस संपत्ति का प्रयोग तो वो दर्जनों बच्चों के लिए कर सकते हैं. लेकिन भारत की जो व्यवस्था के संदर्भ में लोगों की चिंता है, जो प्रजनन रेट है, दर है, वो 2.1 के आसपास पहुंची है. ये प्रतिस्थापन दर से नीचे जा रही है, और जब प्रतिस्थापन दर से प्रजनन दर नीचे जाती है, और ख़ासतौर से हिंदुओं की जो 3.4 थी कुछ समय पहले 1990 के आसपास का आंकड़ा देखो आप, और आज वो 1.9 के आसपास पहुंच गई है. ये चिंता का विषय है कि भारत भी जापान और चाइना की तरीके से बूढ़ा देश न बन जाए, जो आज नौजवान देश है. पहले लोग 2 बच्चों की तरफ थे, अब 1 बच्चा, और अब तो तमाम परिवार ऐसे हैं जो बच्चा पैदा ही नहीं करना चाहते. तो ये एक चिंता का विषय है.
All right, viewers, now amid the ongoing debate over the encroachment by Waqf boards, the usurpment of land by a Waqf board across India, Trinamool Congress MP Kalyan Banerjee has now said that a piece of land will qualify as a Waqf land if a Muslim offers namaz on it, and it can be any part of the road, outside a mandir, masjid, anywhere. That's what he has said in the public. And remember, he is the member of the JPC committee on Waqf. Take a listen in first to what Kalyan Banerjee said. We'll get you the reactions.
আপনি যেখানে নামাজ পড়বেন বা যারাই নামাজ পড়বে কোনো এক জায়গায়, সেটা that will be treated as ওয়াকফ প্রপার্টি. যে কোনো একটা জায়গায় যদি 20 জন, 25 জন, 15 জন, 5 জন রেগুলারলি নামাজ পড়ে, সেটা ওয়াকফ প্রপার্টি বলে ট্রিট করা হবে. আপনি যেখানে নামাজ পড়বেন বা যারাই নামাজ পড়বে কোনো এক জায়গায়, সেটা that will be treated as ওয়াকফ প্রপার্টি. যে কোনো একটা জায়গায় যদি 20 জন, 25 জন, 15 জন, 5 জন রেগুলারলি নামাজ পড়ে, সেটা ওয়াকফ প্রপার্টি বলে ট্রিট করা হবে.
And viewers, Republic TV questioned Kalyan Banerjee on his statement. He said that the Waqf bill is against Muslims. Listen in.
It was my whole speech on Saturday for nearly 45 minutes was concerned about the Muslim property. Was about the Muslim property. No other property.
You mentioned roads and parks also.
I am coming. No, I have not. In the either I will allow me to speak. Otherwise, you please raise your question. Yes. I have not said about the road and parks, etc. I said. You see, it is not my saying. It is a Supreme Court judgment. Supreme Court judgment is saying. This is a judgment of 1962 Supreme Court. Paragraph 30 of the judgment. Where prayers have been once offered, it is not necessary to prove an express dedication. The very fact of the prayers being offered in it will imply a valid and good dedication. Paragraph 39 says, even if there is no actual delivery of possession, the mere fact that members of the Muhammadan public are permitted to offer prayers with the Azan and Iqamat, the waqf is complete and irrevocable. If there is a private property of a Muslim, if he is dedicated to Allah, even if it is not registered, then if the namaz is prayed by the Mohammedan peoples, that would be treated as a waqf property. That is the Supreme Court judgment. 5 judges bench judgment. Until this judgment is set at naught, this would be law, has to be treated.
Meanwhile, JPC Waqf chairperson Jagdambika Pal, who is also a BJP leader, said that if the West Bengal government is bringing a resolution against the Waqf amendment bill, then it is an attack on the parliamentary democracy and principles of the constitution as well. In fact, Jagdambika Pal also went on to say that Kalyan Banerjee, he's part of the committee and he should be making such, if he wants to make any point, he should be making it when the meetings are held. Take a listen in.
तो कल्याण बनर्जी जी तृणमूल कांग्रेस की तरफ से ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी के मेंबर हैं और उन्हें कम से कम ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी में अपने व्यूज को देना चाहिए, न कि उन्हें को बाहर इस तरह के बयान देने चाहिए। आखिर 1995 का जो वक्फ बिल है, प्रिंसिपल एक्ट है, उस प्रिंसिपल एक्ट में भी कहाँ है कि अगर कहीं कोई नमाज पढ़ ली गई तो वक्फ भी हो जाएगी। वक्फ बाय यूजर अगर है तो वक्फ बाय यूजर में कि अगर कहीं मस्जिद है, कहीं ईदगाह है और जहाँ पे लगातार नमाज पढ़ी जाती हो तो वो उस पे वक्फ का भी प्रॉपर्टी होने की एक प्रक्रिया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरह से उनका ये बयान है और उसके बाद तृणमूल कांग्रेस या उनकी सरकार अभी इस ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी के सामने, अगर पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में ये बिल पेंडिंग है तो इस समय अगर वहाँ की सरकार इस वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल के खिलाफ रेजोल्यूशन ला रही है तो ये तो एक पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी पे हमला है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी को रेफर कर दिया है जिसमें उनकी पार्टी के खुद मेंबर हैं। तो जब तक कि उसकी रिपोर्ट ना आ जाए और वो सदन में प्रस्तुत ना हो जाए, उससे पहले अगर ममता बनर्जी जिस तरह से बिल ला रही है उनकी सरकार, तो इससे साफ है कि वो केवल तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करना चाहते हैं।
Right, viewers, in some more news from across the country. Now, Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, has moved court in his excise policy case. Sisodia challenged the trial court order, which took cognizance of the ED's charge sheet against him in the money laundering case linked to the alleged liquor policy. Alleged liquor policy scam. Justice Manoj Kumar Ohri has asked ED to respond to the petition. The case is listed for hearing on the 28th of December. Sisodia challenged the impunged order on the grounds that mandatory sanctions was not obtained by ED to prosecute him. Two youngsters riding on a two-wheeler have lost their lives after a high-speeding creta hit them in the wee hours 2nd of December. The driver, identified as a minor, was allegedly intoxicated while driving. The car hit a divide and flew across the road, hitting the two youngsters riding their pedallion and instantly killing them. Case comes amid growing concerns over road safety and an increase in cases of intoxicated minors going astray. Congress leader Suraj Singh Thakur has been served a show-cause notice after the party's crushing defeat in the assembly elections. The leader has been summoned for allegedly working against the party. Thakur will present his case to the media at the Mumbai Congress office today. In Krishnagiri's district, 503 millimeters of rainfall was recorded in Uttangarai in the past 24 hours amid growing concerns over preparation of disaster management ahead of Cyclone Fenjal. Water bodies have overflown, leading to floods on the roads, sweeping away vehicles parked on the road. Member of Parliament from the Tirupati constituency, Madila Gurumurthy, has written to the Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Kiran Rijiju, requesting the ministers to hold parliamentary sessions in southern India for operational efficiency and national integration. The YSRCP leader commented on Delhi's growing air pollution and worsening weather conditions, inviting the parliament to conduct sessions in the southern parts. She suggested some cities, including Hyderabad, Bengaluru, Chennai and Kerala, cities in Kerala, in her letter. The Karnataka BJP issued a show-cause notice to MLA Basanagowda Patil Yatnal for his comments against the state party leadership. The notice reprimanded him for defying party directives and making public statements that contradicted the party's official stance. Yatnal had alleged that Vijayendra, the BJP leader, has close ties with Congress leader and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, claiming to have video clips to substantiate his allegations.
चौथा बार नोटिस आया है, 2 बार मैं उत्तर दिया हूँ, 1 बार उत्तर नहीं दिया हूँ क्योंकि मुझे शक हो गया उसके वो नोटिस के ऊपर। फिर 10 दिन के बाद भी आपने जो हमने शोकास नोटिस दिया था वो नोटिस को आपने उत्तर नहीं दिया, इसलिए आपको ऊपर कार्रवाई हम किया है करके कुछ भी नहीं है।
Senthil Balaji becomes a minister in Tamil Nadu just today after he was granted bail by the Supreme Court in a money laundering case. The bench, comprising of 2 judges, heard a plea seeking to reconsider the September 26 judgment, which granted bail to Balaji. The petitioner seeking a remedy as the witnesses now might be under pressure since Senthil Balaji is a minister. Now, the court has asked the minister's team to approach the court by 16th of December. Arrest was made in connection to enforcement case information register as per 3 FIRs filed against Balaji, dating as back as 2011. The national capital woke up to protest this morning as large groups of farmers have flooded the Delhi NCR region over demands. Currently protesting at the Dalit Prerna Sthal, the farmers have been barred from entering the capital, though protests and struggles continue from their end. The farmers were raising slogans and climbing over the police barricading, pouring out in huge numbers from trucks, buses and other vehicles, jamming the Delhi-Noida highway. All right, viewers. Now, the Bofors case has now gained renewed momentum as the CBI reopens its investigation just 7 years after an interview by Republic TV that brought fresh details to light. The agency has sought crucial information from Michael Hirschman, the investigator featured in the 2017 interview, and plans to issue a letter rogatory. Now, the CBI, citing critical information already shared, aims to file a detailed report by the 11th of February. We bring you the snippets from the 2017 Republic exclusive interview. Take a look.
Investigation into violation of currency control laws, that is, hidden assets being taken out of India that were in contravention of the laws, were contravening the laws. And he had trouble tracking some of the assets outside of India, so he needed an external expert who had experience in asset tracing, money laundering, and he asked if I would assist. Well, first let me say that when you're conducting an investigation into asset tracing, money laundering, illegal transfer of funds, you never know what you're going to turn up, because I think that there are still very powerful politicians in this country that are at risk of being identified as having taken Bofors money. Large transactions that it looked to us to be not currency control law violations, but bribes for arms deals by looking at a number of banks that we felt being used to transfer these assets. One of the banks was BCCI. And this was before, of course, the BCCI scandal broke, which led to the dissolution of BCCI.
In fact, my colleague and senior editor Shavan Sen spoke to the Bofors petitioner, Mr. Ajay Agarwal, on the same. Take a listen in.
Well, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV. This is a big development where the Central Bureau of Investigation has now indicated that a judicial request will be sent to the United States of America. Going back to the plea that was filed by you in the court, particularly about the evidence that was gathered, what is it that you can tell our viewers with regards to the fact that there are certain evidence which is yet to be perused by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and that is the reason why there is a need to reopen the case?
My appeal has been filed way back in 2005, in fact. It is pending for the last 19 years. And a 3-judge bench has to decide my appeal. In fact, that time, when this gun, Bofors gun, were purchased, there was a gun, Sofma, which was much better than that. In every aspect, even after that Bofors was purchased, Sofma was cheap. Its target was also lengthy. That time, that corruption which was done that time for purchasing the Bofors gun, it has to be worked out. In any case, there are a lot of clinching evidence with the CBI. Lot of evidence is there, but they have not done the entire investigation, which needs to be done now. And the public should know, the people of the country should know what happened in Bofors scandal. And it has not been revealed so far. The scandal occurred way back in 1986, and still people are waiting that what happened in the Bofors scam. So my appeal is still pending before the Supreme Court. The CBI moved in 2017, but the Supreme Court says that there is already an appeal pending by Mr. Ajay Agarwal. Whatever you want to raise, you raise in that case, to file in that case. But CBI has yet not filed anything in that case, which they have said in their appeal in the Supreme Court, which was very much delayed. It was delayed by around 12 years, 13 years. So court has directed them to file all the papers in my case, and then the case will be taken up. But CBI has not filed so far anything in that case. So we are waiting for that the CBI should come out and file all the papers before the Supreme Court, and let the Supreme Court decide in this case.
Viewers, Pakistan has succumbed and it has bowed down. It has accepted the hybrid model over the Champions Trophy deadlock. Sources say Dubai is all set to host the India-Pakistan match.
Champions Trophy hosting debacle has taken several twists and turns as suspense over the schedule remains. To determine a result, the ICC is taking measures to finalize the timetable and has been in talks with the boards to find a solution. Amid the ongoing fiasco, it appears that the PCB has finally relented and is willing to accept the hybrid model for the Champions Trophy. One of Pakistan Cricket Board Chairman Mohsin Naqvi's recent moves has generated a lot of talk as the debate over the schedule for the Champions Trophy continues. As calls for the hybrid model over the Champions Trophy 25 have picked up steam, reports suggest that the PCB chief Mohsin Naqvi has met the Emirates Cricket Board chief Mubashir Usmani in Dubai. Both of them have reportedly discussed the hybrid model for the upcoming marquee ICC tournament, which is expected to take place from February to March in 2025. According to reports, Usmani was informed by PCB chief Naqvi that all preparations were on track and that Pakistan was prepared to host the Champions Trophy. Currently, the PCB chief is in Dubai for the ICC board meeting, which briefly took place on Friday to finalize the schedule for the tournament. During the meeting, Naqvi also stated that all teams would receive state-level security and that the situation in Pakistan was stable. Mubashir Usmani is also the chairman of the ICC's Associate Members Committee, and the PCB boss meeting him has fueled speculation.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 5 p.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi, and yes, the population debate has been reignited by RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. OIC reacting very sharply to that. We are getting in reactions from other opposition members as well. We'll get you all that and much more on this edition. But first, here's a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at this hour.
If there is a private property of a Muslim, even if it is not registered, then if the namaz is prayed by the Mohammedan peoples, that would be treated as a waqf property. That is the Supreme Court judgment.
Republic questions TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee after his open display of Muslim appeasement. He says Waqf bill is used against Muslims. Mohan Bhagwat reopens the population debate, saying fertility rate must not drop down below 2.1. OIC hits back. Speaker allows discussion on Sambhal violence in 0 hour of Parliament on Samajwadi Party's demand. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, NDA Member of Parliament, watched the Sabarmati Report movie in Parliament complex. (2017) Republic interview reopens Bofors case. CBI to seek details from investigator Michael Hirschman. And cornered Pakistan accepts hybrid model for Champions Trophy as per sources. Dubai likely to host India versus Pakistan match in Champions Trophy. And we have breaking news coming in where we learn that the Akal Takht, the Supreme Sikh Authority, has withdrawn the Fakhr-e-Qawam Award from former Punjab Chief Minister Prakash Singh Badal, citing his involvement in granting a controversial pardon to Dera Sacha Sauda Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh. Akal Takht Jathedar Gyani Raghbir Singh, along with 4 priests, announced further punishments for 5 individuals, including Sukhbir Badal. Former Deputy Chief Minister Sukhbir, who has a leg fracture, will serve as a security guard at the Golden Temple. So that's the latest that's coming in, where we learn that the Akal Takht, the Supreme Sikh Authority, has withdrawn the Fakhr-e-Qawam Award from former Punjab Chief Minister Prakash Singh Badal, citing his involvement in granting a controversial pardon to Dera Sacha Sauda Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim. Now, Akal Takht Jathedar Gyani Ranveer Singh along with 4 priests announced further punishments for 5 individuals. We have Lalit joining us on the phone line. Yes, Lalit, please share more details about the case.
Well, if we talk about today, the highest Sikh body, the religious Sikh clergy today announced the punishment, quantum of punishment to the Sukhbir Singh Badal. Sukhbir Singh Badal, who is the Akali Dal president. And if we talk about Sukhbir Singh Badal have confessed all the mistakes which he and the party have committed from year 2007 to 2017. So today the Akal Takht Jathedar Rajbir Singh announced the quantum of punishment to Sukhbir Singh Badal and the other Akali Dal leaders who have been in the power from year 2007 to 2017. One important thing is that the Shiromani Akali Dal patron Prakash Singh Badal's title has also been taken away, has also been stripped away from the Akal Takht, in which he was given Fakhre-Qaum title. So that has also been taken. Other than that, if we talk about from tomorrow onwards, Sukhbir Singh Badal would be doing religious punishment in the Golden Temple, holding a signboard and standing outside the Golden Temple and cleaning the toilet. So these are all the punishments which have been given by the Akal Takht. Other than that, if we talk about all the rebel and the party leaders have also been asked to accept the resignation of Sukhbir Singh Badal and constitute a body within the next 6 months. So these are the certain important decisions which have been taken by the Akal Takht. It is very important to tell that from the past couple of months, if we talk about on August this year, Sukhbir Singh Badal was announced as Tankhaiya. So the fate of Sukhbir Singh Badal and Shiromani Akali Dal was just count on the quantum of punishment. Back to the studio.
Right. Thank you for sharing us with all those details, Lalit. We'll keep coming back to you as and when we get updates on that story. But for now, we move on and shift our focus to what's happening in the other states, where the population debate has been reignited, and this by RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat.